Yo, it's Beastly and the stream. Definitely. Yeah, Beastly in Japan. Yep, it's Beastly. You're right. Definitely right. Hi, yo. 1 second, guys. Shut the fuck up. Dude, he's in Japan. What do you mean? He's literally there. What do you want from me? It's not him. You will have to find out at 7 p.m. It acts like the internet doesn't exist. When you think my man is queuing and VPNing over and playing. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. That's just crazy work. Who the hell has noticed me, Loxlord? You'll find out at 7 p.m. It's Zeus who actually already did his Ethereum run. Yep. I've not heard of this individual. It is a quite powerful Loxodont player. Nowhere's no. That's right, Ant. That's right. Okay, I actually guessed right my first time watching them play. Yeah, I believe you. I think you could guess. I think people could guess. I'm not gonna tell anyone if they're right or wrong though. But yeah. And if you do know, don't ruin the fun. It could be anyone. It could be anyone. What time is it? Okay. I'm super behind schedule, guys. And I didn't get to watch your VODs back. Fuck. I didn't get to prep for your session. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I don't know what to talk about anyway. Why did you schedule if you don't know what to talk about? Answer's like, yeah, I'm just showing up. Gotta make it hard for both of us. Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Let me make sure this is working. Yeah, we're good. Oh, I have to fix that. Boop. Okay, that should be good now. I didn't finish fixing that either. Whatever. I don't even care. Whatever. I have a general idea. No, I saw your schedule and you did write something. You're just a liar. Whatever. Are you a Black Keys listener? I did listen to about half of the album you sent. It was very good. I wasn't in the mood for it, but it was good. Put me on the aux. I got this. I would trust you, but not many other people. Now, guys, this song I'm obsessed with right now. I've listened to it like 10 times or more today. I don't know what it is. It tickles my brain. Her voice, I don't know what it is. It makes me happy. Took a game off Sophie and Friendlies. I was watching you play Sophie yesterday. You were doing good. I only play bangers. Yeah, that's right, Aunt. We only play bangers in this house. Only bangers, nothing else. All right. I don't know. But yeah, good stuff to Capel and Xena. You guys did really well in Hop Off. That was sick. You guys were playing really well yesterday. Someone linked 2 a.m. Kill me. Need to figure out how to run away better. It's quite powerful. Yeah. If you got off that plat, I think you won that game. I was watching you play when you played against Sophie. Okay. Woo! Zeke stream. Woo! Dom's here. Woo! Oh, let's go. Okay. But yeah, I hope you're all having a great day today. Today, guys, I didn't update the agenda. I'm a mess. I'm so behind schedule. I was getting some other work done today, but we're chilling. We're chilling. So today we're going to do a coaching session with Ant. Then we are going to do a coaching session with Jorg. And then we are going to be interviewing and revealing the alternate account, Notice Me Loxlord. Loxlord is Loxlord. Sorry for spoiling. Oh, you got it. You got it. It's Mewtwo King. Loxlord is not Mewtwo King. Thank God. No, I see a game I should have won versus Ron. Made me sad. That's okay. That's okay. Next time. Imagine. I say this with my whole heart. You will never have Mewtwo King on my stream, guys. It will never be Mewtwo King. Okay. I'm just going to say that one very bluntly. It's now M2K. God, I hate you guys. That's a very good thing. Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way. That's fair, honestly. I get it. Yeah. Why no M2K? M2K is a very problematic individual who has said and done a lot of things that I don't personally agree with. And therefore, they will not be allowed to have any space on my platform. That is my answer for that. Nice orange drink. Yeah, this is a guava green tea from Dunkies. It's really good. What has he done? That's not something we're going to go over on stream to an extent right now. But there were many personal things that can be discussed in the Discord or something sometime. But I don't really want to make it the stream of talking about M2K for 40 minutes. But yeah, Dunky Donies. That's right. Dunky Donies. Understandable. Thank you for respecting that. Yeah, we could talk about it another time, like in the Discord or something like that. Like gas would be gas with boba. Oh, dude, if there was like fruit boba or like lychee jelly in it, oh, it would cure me. I would be unstoppable. I miss boba. I don't think there's any near me for like 40 minutes to an hour. You don't get it, man. You just don't get it. All right, let me make sure this is working. Boba these nuts. Got him. You got me. Yeah, you were bobbling these nuts, you know, boba, yep. I love drinking some nice, delicious drink. Listen, I get it. Tapioca, they don't have to be tapioca. They can be fruit. They can be fruit juice in them. The poppies, they're awesome. Boba doesn't have to be tapioca. So when's the next VOD review raffle? I gotta ship you that Torna set. It'll probably be Thursday. I think that's the day I did it last week, right? We're gonna make it Thursdays. Yeah, it'll be Thursdays. weekly on Thursday. Yep, put that on my calendar. Noted. Yep. Tapioca balls are disgusting. I think they can be. Yeah. Oh yeah, the song is literally on repeat right now. I didn't even realize I was doing that. Okay. This was a banger. Gotta record the Mao Key replays just in case you should. You should. All right. I think we are just about ready here. Mr. Ant, let me know if you are ready. I forgot to tag you guys on Twitter. I'm kind of a fraud. Can you guys like be really cool? Can everyone just like retweet this? That'd be really sick. Thank you. 2K past couple years been yeah. I don't really want to things about players. I'm not asking because I already know bits and pieces. I ask because I'm very fringe. No, you are all good. As I trust you, and I know you're not doing it with bad intentions. I'm just being very blunt that I don't want to talk about it right now. That's all. And that's why I was like, I'll talk about it in the Discord. I don't really want to talk about it on stream. Because I definitely don't want to make the stream or the chat into let's talk about MTK for 40 minutes. But yeah, that's all. But no, you are all good. I trust you. I know you have no bad intentions. Okay? Don't sweat it. Yeah, Toad, I saw. It's Hungry Bugs. Fucking Christ. PBMD for sure. Yeah, there's the stimming. Good. We're back on that. I'm glad we're back on that. Okay, I am now ready. It's Daigo! Evo moment! Oh! Honestly, the clip being so smooth is entrancing. Oh, the stem. It's awesome, right? I'm really happy with that. I think I bought it. I don't remember if I bought it. I might have bought that clip. I know I bought something. I think I like literally paid for it. I think that was one I paid for. That was like, I was like, wow, that's so good. I'm gonna pay for that. I can't remember. All right, Ant, let's actually get started on like doing the thing we're supposed to do, which is coaching. Let me pop on over here. What doing? Coaching Ant. Boop. Boop. Oh, thank you so much, Riley. You're the best. I love you. Chat, if any of you ask me if it's Beastly one more time, I swear to God, it's not Beastly. It is not Beastly. I will just, that's your hint. You get, it's not Beastly. Beastly is a dandelion. Yeah, it's fucking dandelion. All right. Kasumi, there you are. All right, let's actually start doing this thing. Everybody answer your call. Everybody answer. Everybody answer. Okay.
Hello.
How we doing?
All right. Doing all right.
Very good. Very good. So, congratulations for winning this session from Zeekly #1.
Hell yeah, man.
Very cool. Thank you again for entering both weeks, by the way. I appreciate that a lot.
It will continue to happen. I'll be there every week.
We're stuck with them, guys. Yeah. Okay. So let me read this one more time. You want to talk about your gameplay? What's good? Affirmation. Okay. The main thing you're looking for is validation and or potentially like direction of things that you are unsure of, like what you need to work on. Is that right?
Yeah, that'd be exactly right.
Okay, cool. Let's TLDR this like little intro part though, because I know a little bit of your background, but give me the rundown. What are the games that you played like competitively before this again?
Before Rivals, definitely started with Melee, my very first for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like a little kid. The main things for sure would be PM and HDR though.
Yep.
Nobody really knew me from PM. I was kind of just like hidden in Florida, but HDR was like when I first started like getting back into competing seriously again, and then Rivals dropped like very soon after, and it's just fucking been amazing since then, I guess. But
hell yeah. Who did you play in PM?
PM, I flopped around a little bit, but the people who've always stayed have been Roy and Fox. I played Game & Watch for a while too, and I wanted to pick up Mewtwo, but by the time I started playing him, I had already been so far into PM, it just wasn't really worth the time.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Have you ever gotten coaching before?
What was that?
Have you ever gotten coaching before?
Gotten coaching? No. I've done coaching myself, not for platform fighters though. For WoW.
Yes, we
Big
did
nerd
talk
shit.
about that. Yes. That is so cool, dude. I love that. And that's, I'm assuming PvP, yeah.
No, it's a PvE. I was a really, I was like top 5 couple of. Have you played WoW at all? Actually?
Yes. Yeah, yeah. Were you like,
okay.
were you like doing like Sherpa tutoring? Like, is that what it was? For raids?
Basically,
or like...
there was like it was raids and stuff. People
Yeah.
would like want help with like their rotations and stuff, and like
Oh,
how
okay.
can I do better specifically in this
Yeah.
fight? But yeah, I was like top
Okay.
top 5, top 10 world for like multiple seasons.
Okay. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I've seen like...
Yeah, it's some big nerd shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm a big fan. No, I played WoW up until I did the like OG Frozen Throne stuff, but that's around when I stopped. I played a little bit after, but definitely didn't keep up after that point. That's when,
oh yeah, it's totally fair. A lot of people have been, like they play like that really classic version, and they like never have played anything past that, and I get it, really do.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. What do you think you are good at in this game?
If I had to put a few things, I'm definitely like above average on scrapping, punish game, and shit, it just slipped my mind. Fuck. Punish game scrapping for sure. But after that, I'm not really too sure. I mean, I guess RTC kind of fits under punish too.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm the best at it. I think barking frog is probably the best at that out of all the Ranas. But probably those things for sure, I'd say. Adaptation too. I definitely like have always started off like pretty weak during sets, or I'll like lose the first set and then I'll come back and it'll be like a whole different story.
Okay.
Probably those few things for sure though.
Okay.
After that, I kind of have a harder time recognizing.
That makes sense. Okay. And what do you feel like you are like bad at? What are like it could be game states or like certain types of scenarios that you're like, this is where I definitely am aware of that I struggle?
I 100% struggle on knowing when I shouldn't go in. For sure. I know that absolutely for sure. Because there are many times where I'm watching my opponent like try to bait me in, and I'll fall for it a lot. Not really fall for it, but it's just like I think I can outplay you in this scenario, and then what happens is I end up getting reversaled or something happens, and then I get punished really hard for it. But
no, that makes sense. Yeah,
I think that is 100% like my worst thing. But
I think that is very much caused. There is power in confidence in like the things that we're good at, and like hearing you mentioned like, oh yeah, like I think I'm really good at scrapping, and then like seeing the fights you pick a lot makes that make sense, because what we have to be really careful about is not like gaslighting ourselves into thinking we win a fight when we don't.
Yeah.
And it's like proper risk and reward management is really important. This is a game where like risk and reward is really screwed in like it's really screwed up. Like and in a way where I mean like in different contexts, whether it be just percents or like positioning, it immediately changes like dramatically. The way a scrap in a fight plays out under a platform versus not, or near the ledge or not, is very dramatically different, especially because of the character you play, because it can go both ways, being better or worse. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think this is something that definitely shows in your play. And I think to a degree you are cognizant of this, but especially when you were like not able to take momentum into your favor for like extended periods of time. Or like when, like an example I'll kind of give you is like when you were playing Malk and it's like he's doing the funny Malk thing, which is like just trying to find his opener, and then he is ready to just run with whatever the opener is, right? Like there's very much something he does to a degree with intent, because he is very confident, you know, just like, you know, we mentioned with you with your scraps, in his punish game, regardless of like context. He's very, very confident in that. And so I think what happens, at least when I'm watching you play, is when you try to set the tempo and they don't like respond in tune to that, you take a really long time to like recognize like, oh, you don't care what I'm doing.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah. This is a really big thing where it's like I think you get too caught up in like micromanaging yourself instead of like recognizing like what is it that they're like actually doing. Because sometimes it's easy and it's just like, okay, I just need to not get grabbed here. You know what I mean? Like that's very like in your face and that's fine, right? But I think there are a lot of times you're like, you know what, like I'm gonna run up and outplay you.
And it's like, just don't have to do that.
You
like,
literally don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And that's really big. And I think like there are times where like certain stages, I think you're really good about this. Like I think when you go to like, when I've seen you play on like Fire Capital or seen you play on like Tempest, I think you go into these like stages with that mindset of like, I'm actively trying to run around you instead of like running at you. And if that works out the gate, I think you stick to the plan really well. But once we're past that initial, like, did it work? You know, that first stock, I think you get stuck on your game plan. And, you know, you kind of mentioned like a lot of times when you adapt, it'll be like between a set and like something that I think a lot of players struggle with, especially at your skill level, is like kind of checking yourself between like games or even like between like stocks. We have to be honest of like, hey, what I'm doing is like not working, or even just like, hey, like I am uncomfortable. I don't actually like the way this is being played right now, whether it be the way you're uncomfortable with what you're doing or with what they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think this is a really, really dangerous trap to fall into, because what happens is a lot of people, especially again, like at your skill level, this higher level, they'll be like, this is the plan, and be like, yeah, like I'm very, very, very confident in this plan, right? And it's really hard to like deviate and like be honest with ourselves when it's not working. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions or thoughts so far?
No, not really. I think I agree with a lot of what you're saying, honestly.
Awesome. Something I think you are very, very good about and like disciplined with is like doing the like, this just works combos. I think you're really, really good about that. But something I think you are starting to be mindful of and like trying to like be more expressive in your play with is like the trying to create like mixes in like your routes, because I'm sure you've been noticing that like you've been getting less value off hits as you like rinse and repeat people with them, because they're adjusting their DI and things like that, right?
Yeah, definitely. People have been getting a lot better about like the Dacus combos, like aerial Dacus. People are like holding down a lot more and buffering shield, and it's getting way harder. So I definitely need to like adjust back for sure. And I already have some ideas, but
good. I think what you can do, which is really awesome, is I want to say pretty recently, as of like the past like month or so, Durai has been improving a lot, and I think he is probably the best right now of like what I'll call like the balance, and that being like the doing what works really well and like consistently, and then mixing in the self-expression and the mix-ups throughout advantage states, and like using that to be able to like steal stocks essentially, because it's having to make people like stay on their toes a lot. And Rano is a character that, you know, we have a lot to work with. That makes sense.
Yeah, he's broken as fuck.
Yeah, he's really, really broken, and it's like we just want to lean into that, and it's like it goes both ways, right? Because it's like we just want to be like, yeah, this shit just works, and it's just like that's raw, right? But like something like I see him do is like one of the best things about Rano is that like when you hit somebody, the way I like to put it is, especially like low mid percents, you know, regardless of if you hit someone like up or forward, where they end up, like where it ends, you get to decide more than they get to decide. You have more influence of like, am I trying to juggle you versus am I trying to hit you off stage or to the ledge?
Mm-hmm.
And like consciously using that is like the balance. And I think this is one of the things that you tend to struggle with is that balance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah.
Tell me about this set you played with Yoda Cage. Like, what do you remember from it?
He was honestly like, oh, let me think of how I would formulate it into words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, take your time. I remember there's no right answer. It's just like, what do you feel like you've internalized from playing the set with him?
I think he was definitely someone that was actually like a case of like making me feel uncomfortable because he was like really fast and kind of like outspeeding me in a lot of situations, and I'm really not used to that a lot of the time because a lot of the time when I'm scrapping with people, I'm usually beating them out or I'm dictating the pace and stuff, not like the other way around. So I definitely had to like, he definitely like fucked me up a good bit the first 2 games for it. I won't lie. But I kind of like started slowing it down a little bit and kind of started letting him play his hand rather than me play mine, which is like running at him, which you shouldn't do against Maple in the first place. You shouldn't really just run at Maple. She's just way faster than you anyways.
Yeah.
It makes it so much easier for her. But would definitely his mix-ups at ledge were actually really confusing for me too, because he was covering in ways you know, Sinbad
yes,
is my my local Maple or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't recover anything like Sinbad, so he was throwing me off a lot at first.
Yeah.
But I think those would be like the main things.
Yeah, this is a really, really big thing to keep in mind is like, how do I word this? People are going to play the game super differently, even when they're playing the same character. And I think the trap that's really easy to fall into, and again, it's like, this is something that's like, we have to be really mindful of, like at your skill level, is like we actively have to be exposing ourselves to all the different ways that people play. And, you know, thankfully we can do that with, how do I word this? We can do that because the way online works, and like thankfully, you know, you have a lot of the resources and access and ways to do this, but like going out of your way to be like, you know, like right now we've recognized like, hey, like the different ways people are playing Maple is something I'm not familiar enough with.
Yeah, it's like I kind of get into this I kind of like trap myself in this little mindset sometimes when I play against these characters, but I only play against like one person of the character. It's like,
yeah,
oh, well, everybody's going to be like this, right? Well, I don't like actually believe
but
that,
like subconsciously,
but it's just
yeah.
like, yeah, exactly.
It's
like,
easy to fall into being like,
just,
this is the flow that the way this goes. And I think like being aware of like being able to discern the difference of like the game and like the player choices. I think this is one of the things that you lack as much situational awareness of, is like recognizing like, is this just the way this situation works, or is this the way this player or players can navigate the situation?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this shows, especially in your edge guarding. This is very much a thing where like we need you to especially go out of your comfort zone of like the people you play with and the characters you play against to properly route these things. And like that's another thing that I will say, that it's like right now I think probably Durai and like Bio are like actually better at than like everyone right now is like really trying to like simplify and like playing the whole resource game off stage and like understanding like the game says I get to kill you.
Yeah. Resource management is something I'm not like super comfortable with on every single character
Yeah.
yet. There's like a few characters I feel really confident with it on, and like Fleet is like the main one,
Yeah.
mostly because like I play her myself too.
Yeah.
So
And
I'm
that
like,
makes it make sense, right?
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and it's like going through the process to like actually put it into words, I think would help you a lot. This is something that I know you've expressed to me like in private, that it's like sometimes it's kind of hard to put into words what you're doing. And I think like, for example, like when you made like the Rano guide, I think that helped you become a better player because it like made everything like logical and like make sense and defined instead of just like
yeah, I
playing
would
through the
agree.
motions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. When I finished it, I watched it myself
Yeah.
again because I was like, there's just like simple things I'm not like forgetting about or
Yeah.
like stuff I'm not doing for some reason, and even
Yeah.
though I was talking about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, and I think going through that process would be very beneficial, and it doesn't need to be nearly as in depth. Of course, you know, you don't have to make a whole nother guide of how to edge guard every single character. I mean, if you want to, like you can, if you feel like that is like conducive to your learning experience and like having it like that helps you, like do it, right? Obviously stuff like this is going to change all the time, but like creating like I think you have like a good base, but it's like we need to build off of that base. I think you are definitely a player where it's like if drop like immediate back air or forward air doesn't solve the problem, I think that's where you tend to struggle.
Yeah, when maples and stuff are like going high and stuff, like I definitely adapt to it in this set
Yeah.
slower than I would have liked, but
Yeah.
it's like I need to like have that be in my mind. I need
Yes.
people to do that so I'm ready.
Yeah.
Because
And like,
as it stands, I'm not ready when it happens, and it's like really hard to deal with that in the moment.
yeah. Like the big thing is like I think a lot of scenarios you have a good understanding of like how do I create this really good scenario, and like here's like a really good one where it's like using like the needle boost like fall like the falling needle stuff like on shield or catching somebody. And this is the same thing like when you hit people on shield you do this exact same thing where a lot of times you like sequence off of it, and it's like you are good at recognizing how to create the hard situations, but when they don't play out the way that we initially intend, I feel like this is where you start to falter because you stay in fights so long. Again, like gaslighting yourself to like scrap with people and like go for reads when you don't have to do that. Like
Yeah,
9 out of 10
like
times.
in this moment, like I 100% instead of just like the grab is fine after, but after I saw it didn't like land, I shouldn't have
Yeah.
just stayed in there and kept trying. I should just back up.
Yeah,
And
and like
see next
the worst
situation.
part is like the funny thing about this is like you end up finding this down air, right? And this is where like when we reflect and like, or rather this when we review, this is really important because this tells us that it's like we did have a fixation, but there was a level of justification behind it, right? But
Yeah,
the
I
fixation,
still think it was wrong. to
yes,
do, but-
exactly, right? And then what happens, and like this is where our brain is funny. You ended up getting to kill him off of this, and this is where when we internalize this after like while playing, this is where the like tricking ourselves comes in, and we have to be really careful about. And it's like trying to not pair like getting that stock with because I hit that down air that I knew was good or felt like was good, even though it was like, oh, I literally was just like really fixated on doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's certainly. If he would have just like
Looked at you.
it was an overextension on my part, and then also if he would have just backed off when
Yeah.
he saw me in the air,
Yeah.
I would have gotten my shit pushed in.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's like
you took advantage of his tempo in that moment, but I think like what we're seeing here is like you definitely have like a bit of a fixation on certain moves based on like the tempo that people play. And I think like being mindful of like, okay, this is not working. And again, it's like checking yourself. Cause like even this game, you like started the game off and just like did like a jump and a down air. And it's like, it's fine if you want to be like tricky, but it's like these things need to be done with intent. And sometimes it doesn't feel like you're doing it intentionally, or at least not like with that full proper justification beyond, I want to do this.
yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And that's where like practicing putting this stuff into like words to understand like in this context, this is really good or can be really good will be really beneficial for like you as a player and what I believe to be the way you retain information. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Something I definitely want you to like make an active effort in doing, especially while you're practicing, is just like if you feel like you're ending up in like gameplay loops where it's like the same types of things are happening over and over, I want you to like ask yourself, like, am I causing this to happen? Especially when it's like net negative. I think, you know, when we watch your set with Jorg, I think that'll be something we'll kind of be able to see a lot more is like how many of the bad fights are we creating and like playing poorly?
Way too many.
Yeah.
Also, something it's like something I talked with Boyko about too. Really, just like a quick like tidbit in chat or whatever when he was watching me play at some point.
Yeah.
I really have to press the parry button.
Yes.
It's just something not in my mind.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for me to actually do it because I'm so used to smash and just like run up perfect shielding.
Yeah.
When I want to like try and punish like a bad or what I would consider a bad aerial.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do anything in this game. I mean, well, you can
I know what you
buffer like a ground option, but yeah, it's just like
in the wrong in certain
punish
contexts, like especially in a matchup like this, it doesn't do what you want it to do.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like I have like such a hard time with that against her. But I can sometimes I just edge guard her to death and it's all right in the world. But then all the other times I'm like picking fights with her, trying to like I'm like picking fights with her. I'm like trying to hit her out of shield. And it's like I just can't do that. Like I just can't. Like
100%. Yeah, even like let's like go back and like look at this edge guard. Like this is good. And then not. The whole thing with this character, she is very much like the goal is to not let her get to the wall. And then once she gets to the wall, we have to play it very differently. And I think the mistake you make a lot, and like this is very much the same thing, is like rushing this situation so much. Something I don't see you do very often at all is like re-grabbing the ledge. It is very much like you grab ledge and like sequence off of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And I think a lot of times when you are like preparing the situation, so to speak, on the ledge, whether it's advantage or disadvantage, I think you're like, as you're grabbing it, you're like, yeah, I'm going to do this, like regardless of what they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
This is definitely like a very specific part of your play that you should be more willing to drop an edge guard without reversaling yourself to get data instead of being like, I have to get every single edge guard.
Instead of trying to hit them.
Yeah. I think you are very, very, very fixated on the like, oh my God, the Olympia is off stage. I have to kill her. And it's like, we got to work up to it. Like, I want you to think about it in the sense of like productivity, right? Because again, it's like, we want to think about how many times we try to do it. Because if we're just always trying to force edge guards and we're giving up stocks, we're taking X% over and over and over. But then like the fourth time we edge guard her, we find a killer, but we've like lost 2 stocks in the process. Was that worth it? No. Right.
No, it wasn't.
Exactly. And so it's like, if we have to like apply pressure and then like reset and apply pressure and like reset and then get the win that we want and be like, I now am familiar that like you do this at a hit stun, you know, let's hypothetically, right? Now you got it. And if that whole time you're just like resetting and only like a little hit here or like not getting hit, it's so much more productive. And I think you are putting you're almost like you're almost like giving yourself performance anxiety when people are off stage. And it's like, I see you do this versus like everybody. It's not like just an Olympia thing, but I think it compounds against Olympia because she is frustrating to fight right now and for a lot of reasons. So when you finally get that opening, you're just like, please, 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 please die.
I need her to die.
Yeah. And like, I think the moments where you like genuinely take your time with it and like apply pressure like passively and like with intent to observe instead of trying to like manifest the edge guard from God I think you get a lot more value out of your play, and I think it plays into your play style more, and it'll allow you to like do these things with confidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Instead of just trying to get down there as fast as possible a lot of the time.
Exactly. Like you
Because there's
don't
definitely
have to.
there's so many times where if I probably just regrab ledge, they probably just die.
Yeah, and like the best part about your character is like you can abuse regrab ledge, immediately drop jump, nair or bear, or like up air and down air and like all this stuff. Or like I've even seen like, dude, I saw someone testing this recently where it's like, you know, the situation where let me get my pen here. So you know the moment where it's like characters drifting and then you regrab and they're floating like right on top of you, like right here.
Yeah.
I've seen some Ranos testing like dropping and immediately up being because it's so hard to react to. And it hits you really weird. And like certain stuff like this, like it's like I want you to be creative. Not only in like the way that we hit them, but in the way that we like apply pressure. There are like objective better answers in lots of ways, but the best answer isn't always the right answer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And I think this is definitely where you struggle, especially in matchups like this, where it's like Olympia is going to do the Olympia things. And she is very much in that same vein of like, you know, we talked about like character good, do good things because they work, right? Olympia is very much that in the same way that Rano is, where it's like, you know, we kind of talked about this briefly earlier, and it's like, we have a lot of multi-tools and we have a lot of like very, very safe things in the way of like how it can skew risk and reward. And so like we're both actively kind of like fighting the same war against each other. It's just in some ways what Olympia does a lot of times is a lot easier execution wise. And I think that's the thing that makes it feel really bad. And she's also at the end of the day, she's just faster than us. Like her airspeed, and so a lot of things like flow a lot more naturally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the airspeed and her fast fall speed is what really like gets me a lot of time, because like when I'm fighting in the Ditto with Rano, it's like he also has like safe on shield stuff like the fair or whatever. But it's a lot easier to deal with because he falls so much slower. So like
it's more telegraphed.
Like when he short hops, he has to commit to it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's much slower for him to get back on the ground. It's so much harder against Olympia because she has those safe aerials, but also when she short hops, you have like by the time you realize she's off the ground,
it's already
she's back on the ground.
Yeah.
She's like back on the ground already.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I like. I have to be like really like what I was saying. I have a hard time in shield against her, and that's why I think like just mixing in parry is gonna help out a lot versus her, because I don't do it at all. Like I literally don't do it at all in the set. But,
funny enough that you literally tried it right there.
well,
that's really funny.
Yeah, that was a bad one, I would say, because it's just like I'm just doing it in neutral, and I'm like, it was just a bad one. It was a really bad one.
Like what I want you to think about is like I think you get too caught up in the like, you know, you've recognized like the big thing about fighting her is like it's really bad, and you are really bad at dealing with like when you are in shield. And I think one of the immediate things we need to get better at is like the distance, like the amount of space between you and Olympia that we like maintain, right? I think you tend to play too close to her, or like when within her range, you tend to like try to just like whiff or dash in, particularly is where I think you get hit a lot. I think a lot of times, and this happens like on the ground, on the plat, like you just kind of like don't respect her space as much as you definitely need to. This is one of those matchups that like day one I described, I was like, this is the keep the fucking rat away from me minigame. You as a character are actively rewarded for doing that.
And it's like, I don't know where it started, because I don't know. I just need to like drill it into my head. Like she's just way, way better at scrapping.
Yeah.
Like,
no. And like, the thing is like in certain contexts, you know, we can afford and like take these risks. Like even like, like an up tilt like this, it's like that is a very favorable fight to take there. And it's like in hindsight, it's just like you're just doing it, right? But it's like understanding like why. And like this one is a really good example, and it's like because you're behind her. So it's like Nair is not gonna hit you. And the only thing that's gonna hit you here is back air, and you can floor hug it here because he's gonna be rising. And it's like if we watch it again, like watch the Rano. You got it. And it's like creating scenarios like this to like bait them to pick bad fights with you to abuse your scrapping. Because like this is what I mean, where there's lots of ways to do it. Like I want you to think about it. Like describe to me how you fight Orcane.
How I fight Orcane?
Yeah.
I spam fucking fade back aerials constantly.
Yeah. So like why don't we like do that against like the Olympia champ?
That's a good question.
Right? Like
I wish my brain had a real answer.
Yeah, like this is what I mean, where it's like where the game plan we want to use too. Like what I want you to do is like when a new character comes out or a play style is presented to you that you're not familiar with, it's not about like reinventing the wheel. It's about taking like the concepts and like the understandings that we have, like pre-existing knowledge, and building off that instead. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And especially at your level of play too, it's like you can absolutely do this. You can be like, I'm gonna modify this, and you can use knowledge from like multiple games. Like the joke I've been telling people on like how to play this matchup, but I'm being genuine, is like you need to pretend you're fighting Orcane, but he has Falco laser sometimes, and the keyword is sometimes.
Honestly, yeah. Not really too far off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
It's really what it is. It's like we take like our understanding of Orcane, and they have Falco laser, and then they move like Fox, and like that's it. Like that's what this is. And it's like we can use that information because of all the years of of other games that we have, and then start to put like very specific context of just like I have to stop trying to shield grab X move. I have to stop trying to punish X move in this context. I have to stop doing rising aerials when like things like that. Like I think one of your big bad habits right now is trying to read what people do out of shield. Actually here, wait, let's go back. This is an example of like the way you move, disrespecting the space that she's controlling. So like watch like between you and her. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Complete disregard that it's like she's already entered the space and just jumps and just like swings. And then again, it's like you just run and just like you're just like perpetually challenging you're trying to take the space instead of being like, I am here on the platform. You are in the space that's hard for me to come down. Yeah. What do you want to do?
Instead of like trying to hit her for doing it.
You're trying to hit her for doing what you think she's gonna do instead of like actually seeing what she's gonna do. Because like I want you to watch it again and like watch that you move first. Ready? You do it first. You do it first. You do it first. You almost got super punished for doing it first.
Almost got put in the crystal.
You messed up again, and it's like you wanted to run off air, and it's just like you are fixated on like being the initiator. And like what I want you to think about is like what's happening is very human, and it's you don't like being the one in shield in this matchup. So what you're doing is what I will call being petty. And you're trying to put her in shield, but there's a lovely move that you're just like not using that very easily conditions shield more frequently. What is that move?
Needle.
Yeah, if you noticed, you haven't thrown a needle in, let me look at my watch here. Maybe like a minute and a half now, maybe one needle.
I don't think the entire game I threw a single needle.
It's very, very sparing. Like you are just not doing it. And I can tell you, Jorg recognized this because who do you think Jorg plays against? Who really likes the needle button?
Toothbrush.
Yes. And Toothbrush is absolutely a knower of that. And I'm sure when he recognized that you weren't doing it, it was like, oh, hell yeah. You want to fight me? Yeah, you can fight me, bro. Let's fight. Because it's like pretty much you're just doing like aerial needle. That's like it. And you your prioritization in like how you're playing neutral is off keeter, off tilt, and it's like you're not looking objectively at like how do I make their job harder. You're just like, how do I win the fights versus Olympia? You're not trying to like problem solve. You're trying too hard to win. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How are you
And
feeling?
it's actually it's really funny because I have played a couple of sessions with Asashi. I played with Rangunshu yesterday too. I didn't talk to Rangunshu after, but Asashi after, he said this exact same thing. It's like I'm trying too hard to win a lot of the time.
Yep.
And I'm like listening to that, I'm like, you're absolutely right. Like, and it's such a hard thing for me to kick because like I want to be the initiator, but like I have to like face facts and like realize like I just against certain characters in certain positions I just can't.
It's not
But
even
it
just
takes
like
me
can't. It's not worth it to
yeah
always take that risk. This is the problem.
yeah
Your risk and reward radar is just like off right now.
it's really something that I've been like cognizant of ever since I started playing, and I like anytime I run into someone who does slow down the game and like start playing around the fact that I'm like not using needles and doing like predictable approaches, but it really is something I have known for a long time, but I just need someone to say it to me.
Yeah.
Really too.
I encourage you specifically to reach out to people who play characters and play in a way that are like conducively like force you to have to slow down because they're more willing to go second.
Yeah.
Examples of this are like, you should reach out and play Jorg again. He is a great example of this. 2, the obvious answer is bio.
God help me.
You got to do it. You got to do it. And
I do got to do it.
You have to subject yourself to it and like learn from it, because right now you're just uncomfortable. And it's like, what you need to do is like, you have fallen into the trap, and like everyone learns this lesson at like different stages of like their improvement. And it's like, you are learning the lesson that you can't make someone stop the way they want to play. Whether it's right or wrong or whatever, if you don't follow the rules of it, this game enables many playstyles. And characters work. That's the best way I can possibly put that, is characters work sometimes really well when they go really fast, and sometimes really well when they go really slow. And sometimes they can be both, because at the end of the day, when Olympia grabs you, it doesn't matter if they waited 2 minutes to grab you or grabbed you in the first 30 seconds of the game. You're going to get comboed. It's just the way it works is that it works. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
This game's hard in that way because it's really easy to like look at the way someone's playing and like want to make sense of it or try to make it stop. And it's like, what I need you to do is like practice like putting to words the way they're playing or the tempo they're playing. And then I need you to go, how do I make what they're doing harder? Not how do I stop it? How do I make it harder? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the play style, and sometimes it's the character, and sometimes it's both.
It's both.
Right. You know, if you want to like, you've seen Sealder play, right?
Yeah.
He's another person who's like, he can be really patient, especially when he plays Fleet. That's like his bit, is he'll go to Fire Capital and try to camp you, right?
He also presses that nair button.
He does
a lot.
like, and that's the trap, right? Is like, he'll be like, come on, chase me, and he'll whack, 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 and just like then blow you up, right? And it's like, you can do that if the person enables him to do it, or if he like creates the scenario of like a significant stock lead on Fire Capital. You know what I mean? Where it's like, now I kind of have to chase you a little bit. You can still win in that context, absolutely, but it inherently can be really frustrating. And so it's like how we adapt to that context is really important. And I think you are somebody that like actively is trying to manifest like, how am I the one that controls the way the game is played? And like your character naturally can do that a lot of times, but that doesn't work if they also can do that really well. And I think Olympia is the first character that like really comfortably contests Toronto from doing that very well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, she's just really good at the up close, and she can keep you out with the
gem.
crystal very well.
Yeah,
it makes it hard.
I think she's the first character that's been put in the game that like can actually do that and like find value in like both. Because like Zetterburn would do it, but he would have to dash dance, right? Or Claren would do it, but he would have to dash dance. And if they tried to dash dance, we just threw Needle, right? So it's like, okay, cool. Like I get to dash dance and you don't. Now you both can disrupt each other. And I think like that makes you inherently uncomfortable, like out the gate, whether or not they're actually doing that. And so you're like trying to like skip the crystal, like a mini game. And it's like, you're not like getting dash attacked or like just getting some raw dash grabbed a lot. You're getting like forward aired. You're getting like stuffed out with up air. And like that is a tell that's just like, you are just trying to fight her. And it's like, what we need to learn how to do way better is like, how do I not fight her? And build off that, because like right now we need to develop the skill of like, how do I get better at not getting hit by Olympia as much? You're gonna get hit, but it's the idea, right? It's like, how do I make it harder? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
What are we thinking right now? How are we feeling?
Right now I'm thinking about grounded needles for one, obviously.
Yeah, they're pretty good, hey.
But two, I'm gonna have to become a real ass floor fucker.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I think you do it
instead
really
of
well
jumping
when you
in
like,
the air.
like right now. I think the way you like when you do like run up and do it and like understand like the context of it, but like this is an example of like where you didn't do it right, and it's like you're too high of a percent, and you also jumped out of shield instead of just being like,
just waiting.
Like what I would have done here is like if I was gonna run up and try to mix you. This is not the right answer, but I'm gonna tell you how I would have done this if my intent was to try and abuse floor hug of like them rising aerial. Okay, run up and I would have spot dodged and literally mashed down. That's what I would have done, because like my goal here is to get my hit on you because I'm going to floor hug you, but you did that up until that point, and then you tried to like jump and like press a move because you're trying to read what he does out of shield when like you also like could have just grabbed him.
Yeah, because it's definitely like when we played like friendlies a couple of days ago, it was definitely like something I kept in mind, and I don't know why I started transferring to just like trying to get a hard read out of shield.
It's because you're trying to do the run up I'm better than you combo. That's what it is, and you're obsessed with it right now. And like something that I think you desperately need is what I like to call the humbling. You need to play somebody in like a 1st to 10, and you absolutely know you're going to lose.
Or don't worry, I've been doing that the past couple days.
Yeah, and I think, but like with the intent of like, I am going to practice this and just let the reality of like you losing. Yeah, like fuck, Pixie said it in chat. It's like, you just go play Zeus and be like, I'm gonna try to fight you without fixating on run up shield. All I'm gonna do this entire set is try to not use run up shield to solve my problems. And be like,
I want to play Zeus so bad, but he's always streaming or something. I don't know.
You should message him and schedule a time to do it, my friend. That's what a lot of us have been doing with everybody now, is trying to schedule time to play with each other because we're all fucking busy. We all got fucking jobs and shit and work and all that, and it's just like, if we gotta sit there and fucking use the Google Calendar, man, we're gonna use the Google Calendar. Because
4 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna do that's what I did with Switch the other week. It's like, what's the day that works? What's the time that works? And we sat there and went back and forth and be like, this is the day that works. We're playing. And you know what I did? I got dogged for like 2 hours, but it was so worth it. It was so worth it. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
You have all the resources available to you with all this. You have all the connections already. It's on you to take that initiative and do that. Does that make sense?
Of course.
But I think like kind of what I said too, where it's like, I want you to like go and play with like proper intent. I think what you are at now is like very particular practice. And it's like, you don't need to sit and play like let's say you hit up a Yoda Cage and we're like, let's play. You don't need to sit and play him for like 2 hours. You can play one, like first 5 or first of 10 and be like, I am practicing not being the initiator constantly, not using run up shield, like very hyper specific things. And then taking that data and like, what did we learn from it? How do we feel about that? You know, talk to him about it, right? And then we move forward from there.
They might look at me kind of mean if I say I'm not going to be the initiator.
Listen, I'm going to be so real. I'm actually going to go full cam when I say this, because this is something that I think a lot of people don't understand. There are a lot of people that play this game that are piss babies. And I get it. And I get like wanting to be like, let's have fun. But like, there are enough people that you know, and that we both know, that if you play them, and you don't have to tell them you're practicing this, but if you just go in and you just play, they'll be like, fuck. But at the end of the day, they'll like respect you. And I'll give you like a really good example of this. Okay. There is no one on Earth, probably, that has played as many sets against people actively trying to camp them and ruin their day than Cake fighting both Bio and Penguin in sequence at every tournament for years. And at the end of the day, like, I will never forget this, where I think it was at LACS, you know, he mentioned like, you know, the other top Rivals players, and he mentioned Bio, that he's like been playing a lot more and slowly starting to get better at the game. And someone made like a comment about, you know, he plays kind of lame. And he was like, Bio has like a way that he plays, but I respect him a lot and he is very good. And it's like the real ones, yeah, like, that was really fucking obnoxious. But yeah, you're right for doing that. And yeah, that was really like, this was good about it and this wasn't good about it.
I feel the same way. I despise how he plays.
Yeah.
It's good as fuck though. He's chill.
Yeah. And it's like, it's at the end of the day, it's just like, it's respect. And so it's like, if you're actually like trying to play a series first to 10, like, I think another person who's like really good about this, for example, is like, I mean, you've interacted with B-Bats, right?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's great about this. Where it's like, he'll play the set with you and be like, you are an evil fucking creature spawned by Satan himself, but you are so fucking good and I want to play you again. And it's just like, he wants to conquer the demon. And it's like, all the people that like we have shared spaces with will have that response to you. And if they don't, and they actually are like a huge fucking piss baby, they will just phase themselves out and not survive the winter. That's just the way this game works. Does that make sense?
For sure. It definitely, like playing against those playstyles, like as much as you might hate it, or as much as anyone might hate it,
it's not going away.
Yeah, like it's not going away, and you need the experience. So
yep, and that goes for you, where it's like you need to practice like playing the game and not caring about how they feel about it. I think there is a part of you deep down that feels bad when this happens, and like.
You're right.
I think what you need to accept is something very, very, very important. I will tell you this. I won't go into full detail because we are on stream, but we can talk about this more in private. So Bio had his monthly, and he played against, it had Juno and Sego and Luca and all people that like do well versus him, right? And last time, you know, he played Juno, he lost, right? He lost to her. And so at this event, you know, he was prepping a lot. He's been practicing a lot, I'm sure you've noticed. And this is also the first time that he's going to get to play against Sego Olympia in like bracket, I'm pretty sure. So first set, he plays against Sego. He loses as Raster and Crag. And it was like, huh, okay. So throughout the bracket, on loser side especially, he's like warming up the Rano. And like, this is like the plan. He's going to actually try it. Like really, really actually try it now. And it's offline, right? Grands. I think it was all best of 3. I'm not sure. But he wins the set. The first one, and then the second set, he's like, oh, I get it. And he sits there and he needles and he back airs and he needles and he back airs and he needles and he back airs and he beats him really bad, because as you're playing, it's just finding the skill check and finding the situation of like, you don't understand how to deal with this. And it took him winning that first set to go, oh, you don't get it. And now he gets to take advantage of it. And it's like, whatever it is, you need to be shameless and use it, because it's not your job to adapt for them. And like I said, if they really, really can't do it, like they just won't survive the winter. That's just the way it works.
I need to channel his energy. I really do.
I encourage you to talk to him about it too, and be like, genuinely, and like say this to him, like you can DM him and be like, genuinely, how do you sit there and just do the thing that beats the guy over and over and over? How do you do that comfortably? And I'm confident he will give you a real answer. And it'll probably be something along the lines of, it means I win. And he cares more about winning than about how they feel. And it's like understanding that. And like, I joke about this all the time where it's like, when I'm playing, you're just not a person to me at all. 9 times out of 10, I'm not concerned about who the person is. I'm looking at the game. The game is what matters. And it's like looking at that objectively. And anytime that I don't do that, you know, when I put like music and he just blows my brains out, it's like because I'm thinking about the fact that it's him instead of just like playing the game. And it's like, that's always the trap. It's like, play the game, focus on playing the game.
Yeah, it's definitely fair because as much as I like make it a joke of like, I hate Rano's side B, I hate camping with needles, while it's like it is
what
like,
it is.
When they're doing their bullshit to me, I'm sure they don't feel bad.
Dude, yeah. Well, do you think Ian felt bad when he like fair jab down till grabbed you and you were like, what the fuck, man?
In fact, in his mind, he's probably like, I'm the GOAT. He's saying he's the GOAT in his head 100%.
I can tell you that, like, Dubai does it all the time. He'll do something like really, really mean or degenerate and be like, I'm sick as fuck. You gotta train that little creature in your brain to do it.
Because I definitely like, I care too much about what other people think.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter.
I just shouldn't. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like,
at all.
It really doesn't. And it's definitely not gonna matter when I'm sitting on the other side of the stage.
Exactly. And like, it has to not matter when you play Cake in grand finals at CEO or something. Like, you can't feel bad for him at all. If he wants to let you edgeguard him the same way 4 times in a row, like, you can't fucking feel bad about it. That's what it is. Cool.
Definitely. Like, it's something I'm gonna have to like train myself to just.
You have to practice doing it. That's
like,
what it is. And it's like a mix of like playing people who are better than you and trying to like commit to it and be like, this is something I know I need to get better at, and like being willing to fail. And then 2, trying against people that you are better than. And like, this is thankfully, like, you have locals, like you can do this, you can practice these things, and you have a good mix of people that are around your skill level and worse, and all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. We're running low on time, so let's recap. What did we like? What have we learned? What have we internalized from our chat today?
Don't fucking give a shit about what people think.
Mm-hmm.
Throw the goddamn needles.
Stop
needles. Trying to win every fucking interaction I ever fucking do.
What else we got?
It's okay to slow down and let them do their thing, or see what they're bad at dealing with and try to abuse that instead. But also, edge guarding.
Yeah, we gotta work on that a lot.
Don't just fucking always try to go for hits. I'm good about it against some characters and really, really bad about it versus others. Like, I think my worst ones are probably Maple, Ollie, Claren.
Yeah.
Crag sometimes. Depends who's playing. Sometimes. But but yeah, I think those are like the biggest things I need to work on for sure.
Agreed. But, agreed. Good. All right. Do you have any final questions?
No.
All right. I think we'll stop there then. That sound good?
Yeah. For sure.
Awesome. If you have any other questions, you're always welcome to DM me. Don't be a stranger. And thank you again for entering and winning the first Zeekly. And I look forward to seeing you play again in the next one.
Yeah, I'm winning next fucking week.
Yeah, you gotta be Mr. Assault.
Yeah, I don't care who Cake who? Assault who? I don't fucking
Assault
care.
D's, bro. Assault D's.
Assault D's. No, right. But I will definitely be entering every single week. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. All right, man. Thanks so much again. I will talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you again. See you later.
Peace. Woo! Don't see me back again. I love Yoda Cage's trash talk, dude. Hey guys, how's it going? Zorg Gaming in my chat. What's up, dude? What is up, brother? How we doing? How are we all doing, guys? Hope we like that one. I'm happy with that. That was a good little sesh. We've got Uno Mas. Bum, 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 bum. Did I forget to rip your VODs? Oh no. I did forget. I'm cringe. I'm fucking cringe. All right, well, we're gonna do that really quick. Noob coach. Dude, today's been a mess. I'm a wreck today. It's okay. I love full hop. Woo. Ultimate player. Got him. Caught. And so I don't know, what did I say? What I did what? Down throw is unreactable. This is true. Splinky doinky. Oh, the oingo boingo. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Zeus has been doing that to me for like months. Literal months. I'm convinced it's untechable online. I got to a point last time I played him, I stopped trying to tech it. I just let him do it and focused on DIing and mixing my DI. That was it. What is it? The cargo and then mixing up when they throw you down to get the tech chase and like on the plat or not. That's been the whole mess. Mr. Zeoark, how much is your coaching again? You can sign up for my coaching here on my website. You can either, if you're a Twitch sub, it's $42.50, and you can then get the 1 monthly session, or you can sign up on my calendar right here for $50. That is how much my coaching charge costs. Well, I'm not actually short hopping when I down throw. Oh, sometimes you don't have to, right? But Zeus would jump and mix me up. That's the thing. Like there's so much control that you have over it that I fucking don't. That's what I mean. It's L. Yeah, Zeke, what if I give you the best high five ever for some coaching? No, high fives don't pay my rent. Where's my Twitch sub? You got a sub, dude. You got a sub. You know, you pop that prime, bro. Any primers? You gotta rip that shit. You literally spend less money if you do it. That's the cool part. It's really cool. Oh yeah, short hop. I can't go get the dare. Yeah, you just do it down. Yeah. Where is my water? Oh, there it is. All right, we're gonna get this next one started in just a second, guys. Wow, you use your Switch on Cake Assault? That's crazy, bro. I see how it is, bro. This guy stinks! I don't know what I did, but the Twitch VOD player for me is just fried. What do you mean? Define fried. Filling the space it's supposed to. Your resolution might be weird, or like zoom in and out, or like your browser. What is probably fucked up. Dom, we have beef right now. You beat me on ranked. Okay, let me see what this guy said he wanted to do again. Ain't no way that set is 3 minutes. What happened to you? I am queuing right now. That's crazy work. That's right. Yeah, Malk. Yeah, Malk and Ant rematch next week for sure. Nah, I'll seed you guys at round 1. You guys can play. Do a round 1. Dude, high key, I might do random seeding next week. I might make it fucked. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. It's kind of messed up right now. There are too many of you that are good where I don't know if I give a fuck anymore with the seeding. You guys are ill. All right, Mr. Jorg. Let's hop into it. Hello. I don't hear you if you're talking.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I'm cringe and I didn't download these, so we are subjected to Twitch player. But Give me the update, bud. How was the monthly? Give me the rundown of how that went for you.
I had a great time at the monthly.
Yeah.
When me and Yoda played for the first time, he blew me up. Like it wasn't even close.
It's 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's literally a 3-minute set. It's a best of 3, but like I don't even know if I'd call it a set. He just fucked on me. And then I made a lot of adjustments when I played him in actual bracket because we did round robin pools first into like a normal bracket. And I feel like I know I did a lot better because it was 3-1 in actual bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And I can sort of like pinpoint what I changed. But I want some confirmation on it. And also, I'm not always the best at identifying exactly what I changed, so I think I'm missing some stuff.
Okay.
Because then he beat me in the Zeekly when we played again.
Yeah.
Which was still, it was game 5, last stock, last hit, but still.
What do you think you changed? Like, what did you learn from this first set as I'm watching it right now?
I was pressing shield a lot, and I was getting grabbed a lot. And I was doing very predictable full hops, and every time I was off stage, I would press the down B button, and try to armor his next hit.
Yeah, that's
but
a
it doesn't
losing
come
war, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, not as good as we think it is.
No, it does not come out fast enough to get out in a lot of situations.
Yep, agreed.
And just not dying at 4 let me actually like play neutral and play the matchup. And that's why I won, because I actually got to play.
Yeah, no, that definitely goes a really long way. I like that idea.
Yeah. Crazy idea. I know.
Yeah, crazy concept. Untethered land. You know, we're trying new things. Okay.
Something more specific. I started DIing maple up throw in more, which is usually the wrong answer, but I need to because I get true forward aired if I don't, and then I just die.
Yeah. The big thing is like mixing it, right? So they like have to react, and then like 2 recognizing like this means that they don't like get the really nasty forward air if it's like, especially if it like hits you to go off stage. That's like the big mistake. Like that was a thing where if it makes them have to do a much harder execution check with things like the way they up air, or like if they are gonna like up air into nair, or if they just nair off that just like straight. There's more of an execution check that occurs. Yeah. Yeah, wow, you kind of get dogged.
Yeah, it was not close. Like it was bad.
I think it's very much a case of just like, let's like go back and like watch this like second half of this game again. Like we spawn here and then we get hit. It feels like you're kind of going through and like spinning the wheel on like how you're trying to hit him.
Yeah, that was something else that I wanted to talk about.
Go ahead.
Where I feel like the Olympia shit is still getting to me.
What do you mean?
Like we talked about it before, where like the character hate is like still getting to me, and it's I can notice it affecting my play.
Okay.
Like when I land with an aerial, I'm like having to make the conscious decision in my mind to like press jab, even though I think it's like scrubby, and I think it's like lame and scrubby, and it's like, oh man, people are gonna think I'm a masher, and it's like, but I have to do it anyways because it's good, instead of landing and shielding every time and like being scared. And like I'm noticing like I'm in practice, I'm like ending combos early, or I'm using back air more instead of up air, even though up air is the good one and I should be using the good one. Like I'm trying to be unique or cool or whatever, and it's like making my practice and my play worse because I'm worried about how people are perceiving me.
What you need to do is you need to practice and be like, I am just going to do aerial jab, aerial down tilt.
Yeah.
Like, and just like do it and like look at it objectively and like when and why it works and things like that, and not looking or listening to anyone at all. Like,
Yeah.
is there anyone that you've actively been practicing with that's been saying that? You don't need to say who.
Like, yes.
Okay, what I need you to do is
Yeah.
1, tell them to shut the fuck up and grow up. And 2, if they don't stop practicing with them.
Okay.
Because then they're wasting your time. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And it doesn't need to be that literal. It's, you can literally just be like, hey, can we just like not have this conversation? Can we just like play? Like, you don't have to talk to them. Yeah. It's like, if it's someone that you're like, I would like to play them and not talk, that's fine. Whatever.
It just feels like every time I play this character, whether it's in bracket or in friendlies, I have a chance of like receiving a message or a DM or like a side comment that's not directed at me, but I'm getting subtweeted, but it's on Discord.
All I want you to do, like, man, is just anytime someone says some shit to you, I just want you to just like all lowercase LOL. That's it. Move on. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Just fuck them, dude. It just doesn't matter. I mean, were you listening to me talk to Ant just before this?
No, I wasn't. I was playing.
He has this problem too, to some degree, where he like feels bad when it's like, I could just beat this guy in needle and back air. I could. Yeah. But he like feels bad, so he like runs up and fights them and like plays like morally correct, right?
Yes.
And it's like, dude, if you, this is something like I've been practicing with Olympia too. It's just like I'll use a real example that I'm sure we agree on. You know, the funny Loxlord guy, right?
Oh my god, yeah.
We're gonna sit there and like throw crystal until we like know we get a hit and then like beat his ass, because I'm not gonna go run up and be like, yeah, let's fisticuffs with the guy with the giant axe who grabs me and makes me want to die immediately.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter. You're gonna do it versus that character, so do it versus everybody. Like when we're fighting like Claren, like you need to be doing that. You need to be doing that, because if you're not doing it, guess what? You're getting grabbed and you're getting upthrown and you're getting tippered and you're getting jabbed, and it's like, you don't have to do that. You just don't have to do that, and it's like it's in your control to not do that. Does that make sense?
It sucks because I know this and I agree with you 100%, and it's like logically it's like it makes sense, but then like I play Nard and Nard doesn't say anything because Nard's cool, but I'm like, I want Nard to like me. I want Nard to think I'm cool. I gotta run in on bro. Like I know Nard's
gonna dislike you. He's not going to. You have to recognize that like what you need to dissociate is like, 1, you need to actively dissociate who the person is you're playing against. Like that needs to be a serious priority. But you also need to recognize that, like, you know, like even like, I mean, we can just fucking talk about it. Like, it's fine. Like when you played Cake and he asked you to swap because he was having a fucking bad time when he was streaming, right? Like, you know, we talked about that, and like he even said, it's like, no, he like respects the way you play completely. It's just he was just getting fucking sick of Olympia. Like that's literally all it is, and it's just like, it happens. It's gonna happen. People are fucking human, and especially like when they're streaming, like I fucking get it. But it's like, that's just how it goes, and like that has nothing to do with like you, and it's not like he dislikes you in any capacity at all.
I for sure know that.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know. It gets to me in a way that other things don't. And it just, I don't know, man.
You have to like really like catch yourself when you think about these things, because it's coping. Okay. Like you have to build the coping mechanism that's like, I'm thinking about the stupid thing that I need to not think about. But like you're human, and it's like you do feel it and think it, and you have to own that you do and like address that. Not just like, we can't just like magically pretend we don't care. Like that's the thing. Like, dude, like, why do you think I'm not sitting and like playing a tournament? It's because like I just want to have fun, and that's what I care more about. Like, could I just like sit there and just like make people fucking miserable? Absolutely. But like I don't get anything out of that. I know how to do it. I'm fully capable of it, and I'll play serious sets with people. That, I mean, you've seen me do it, and you've talked to people about playing Olympia, and like you understand this, like conceptually, and it's like, this is a very real thing that it's like you can do. You need to commit to the bit and be like okay with it. Like when I played with Nard the other week, like, dude, I sat there and I just like dash danced and gem checked him to the point where like at one point in the BC, he's like, I'm really fucking hate this mini game we're playing right now. And I just laughed, and I'm like, what's wrong, bro? Like, I'm having a great time. Like,
and then you punish him like, for breaking crystal, and then like,
he
and then he crashes
losing
out.
his goddamn mind over it. Like, like this is just, it's all part of the learning experience. But like for him, it's like, you know, he gets a little mad about it, right? And then he just goes like, okay, but like, what do I actually do? Like Like he's actually doing that. And it's like when you're playing in tournament, the same thing. It's just that he can't ask you the answer.
Yeah.
And it's like the real players, the way I put it to Ant is like the ones who are actually trying to like get good and like trying to actually problem solve and like respect whatever it is that that person is doing to win will survive the winter. The ones who don't will just crash out and be piss babies and that's it. And like that's the end. And it's not your problem. You don't owe anyone anything. If they want to ask you questions or things like that, you're always someone that will give the answers and like try to help and like be open and communicative, right? But if someone just wants to be a piss baby, you don't have to do anything at all in any capacity. It is not your job to make people feel better about fighting a character they don't like.
Yeah.
Because we all got them. We all got characters we don't like. Dude, you've never seen me have to fight Olimar. You haven't seen the bottom of the barrel of my mental. That character makes me want to die. I hate Olimar. In every game.
That's so funny. It's fucking Olimar, bro.
It's fucking Olimar. The little Pikmin. They're just stupid. They're just broken. Always. Oh my god. Unwinnable. At 91, everybody. It's ill.
Oh my god. Okay.
You get it.
I get it. Mini therapy session.
Yeah.
Completed.
Yeah. So let's look at things objectively. Okay.
Yeah.
So the big things that we recognized that like the lessons we took from that first set of you getting dogged was like you were shielding too much. You were sequencing a lot of like your rotations of like how you were trying to fight him too much. And what's one more thing that you feel like you changed?
I stopped playing as scared, but that's like mostly the shield thing.
Yeah. But but it compounds, right? Where it's like you were swinging and moving around and not being like super scared of like what could happen. It sounds like the best way to put it is that you kind of found your footing of like playing in the moment. And like even here is like we're seeing that showing where like you're DIing, getting hit off stage like out and like better. You're not like objectively just like scared of him every time he's hitting you. Or like before you were DIing, like your combo DI was really poor. That makes sense.
Yes.
And it's like, what I want you to do is like when you, because it's like you rewatched this already,
yeah.
Like when you rewatch it, it's like having that internalized, like this is what I know I did better, and looking for that specifically to get that validation yourself. And I know today you came here for that, but it's like when you do this, like when you do your review, it's just like with any VOD reviews, like we're going in with a purpose. And sometimes, especially when it's something like this, where it's like you got to play the same guy twice and the second time you won, it's a great way to get that validation of like, this is actually what was good. And also it's like looking at them and being like, how did they respond to this? And it's like, what we're seeing right now is like, he has not adjusted his tempo for like you using shield aggressively versus out of like fear. And also he has not adjusted to you being better about your combo DI and is still like trying to auto combo you.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Something else that you're doing a lot better is you're catching him as he's pressing F tilt or up tilt and winning with your tilt or jab. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it's like doing that with intent is probably the most broken thing your character can do right now. And like understanding like you are good enough to observe people's tempo with stuff like that to do that. And it's like when I've shown you like the way I do this is I do this with up tilt and dash attack, but you are better than me and can do it with jab and down tilt. Does that make sense? Using this intentionally will absolutely help you win these scraps even better.
Okay.
Oh, you're so goofy for that. That's the funniest way you could have done that.
I forgot. Dude, I genuinely I didn't know what side he was gonna be on.
I
didn't
like,
think I had enough time. Like I didn't think I had enough time for up smash. Like,
dude, that was so funny. That was so funny, dude. Yeah. That's okay.
And then I immediately die. But that's...
yeah, you did oopsie whoopsie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little mind control on yourself there. It happens. The best of us.
Yeah, I meant to press jump. Like,
we went to do a lot of things there. You know, it happens.
Yeah. But I think I played like the second set really well, in my opinion.
I want to give you a secret. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a scenario you create here, and you play this scenario in a specific way, and I want want to add another funny way to do it. Okay. So when you do this and hit them out, whether this is like Nair, Bear, Fair, whatever, and they're coming back and they have to like contest this gem, don't actually pop this gem unless they already press a button. So if you like baby dashed forward or jumped and it's like they are starting the aerial, that's when you press gem. Okay. If they don't press it, you can always stuff what they do with up tilt, do a rising up air, or parry, or perfect shield. Like, I want you to think about how we invalidate what they do, because only the bravest soldier in this scenario will come down and grab you. Only the bravest soldier. And it's like, as we create these scenarios, we can like navigate this and like how we bait them and how we position ourselves. But it's like, in this scenario, I want you to think about how do you beat or like punish what they're doing without having to rely on crystal pop startup, because that needs way more of a read, or for them to make a really bad mistake where they sequence, right? And it's like abusing Olympia to take advantage of this. And this is just like when we're playing neutral, and it's like we throw the gem or place the gem for the purpose of information, observation, instead of how do I just use the gem. And it's like that fixation is really tempting, especially because, you know, if you hit him in gem there, he probably died, right?
Yeah.
But it's like you could have like reset him again, and it's like if we look at like his resources where we hit this up tilt, he had no double jump. So imagine if we dash attacked him and he had no double jump and you're not marked. Right?
Yeah, he was also dead. Okay.
He's also dead. That's right. Yep. Or if we up tilted him and hit the top, he's at 60, we combo. This is like the trap. The best part here is like, imagine if you parried, that is a true, you can... Okay, this is something that like I've been telling Lone, and I think like all you guys need to be a lot better about, is when you parry, like they can't floor hug the next thing, right? So it's like guaranteed down tilt into whatever, but you also get guaranteed up tilt spike, which is the really broken one right now. Or what I've been practicing, this is hard to do to Olympia specific, or sorry, this is hard to do to Maple specifically, but you can do like jump up air spike into the ground again, especially if they're at like mid percent, so that it's not a hard spike to bounce them off, so they get put into the flinch, and then do your actual combo starter. Because then you get the flinch again, so you get the extra percent. Same with like the up tilt. You can just do, if they're at like, let's say you parry somebody at like 20, absolutely like do the up tilt stomp, and then because now they're in flinch again, right? And then you get to do it. The mistake everyone keeps making is a lot of you guys like immediately do grab or down strong, and that is like not the right answer a lot of times, because her moves raw killing doesn't happen until quite late. And so like being aware of that and using like, this means I get what, like I want you to think of it like the freebie. When you hit the flinch, right? It's a freebie. You get to do whatever you want. Like literally whatever you want.
Is dare like fine even when it pops up? Because that's what I've been defaulting to.
So like what I want you to think about is like, I don't want you to think about how to hit them the hardest, but it's like how does me getting to hit them in a way where they can't like influence it, like give me the most value, right? Because you could do, let's say you parry them at like 0 and then did the dare and then did the up tilt. That's we got freebie like double. It's literally 1, 2, and then now we get to do whatever we want, right? And that's a free X%. Right. And I want you to look at it like value, because sometimes it's like, oh, you're at the percent, I just down to you, you just fucking die, right? Where it's like, I got the flinch, I got the parry, like whatever it is, right? But sometimes, especially like the mid percents, it's really important to recognize when you're creating that flinch. Like this is a big thing that I use a lot, that I think a lot of people are struggling with, and like Switch is starting to do this a lot too. Is using that to get like more, and it's not win more. It's like, this is guaranteed more, that it's like, this guarantees I down tilt and now I get to do this, or like this guarantees I get to up tilt you and like now I get to do this. And using these like hitboxes very intentionally is really important. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
this is a really unexplored, in like quotations, part of like the Punish game, and that's because it's like an engine change that we're not used to thinking about. It's really, really, really broken, and it's like understanding how to use that, and it's not fishing for it, but it's like your character organically does this a lot. Whether it's fair, dare, or up air, they all do it, and also everyone in the game gets to do it by just parrying.
Yeah.
That's really, really important to recognize. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's keep. Boop.
Yeah, he just died. I think some of the full hops I've been doing in neutral are bad.
I think you just need to, like, this is actually something. Who was I talking about this? I was talking to Ion. Yesterday about this stage. And I don't remember who he said he was playing, but he's like, I was doing so good, but every time we played on Forest, I got dogged because I was just like, every mistake felt like it was 100 times worse.
Yeah.
And like this stage is like very volatile in that way, where it's like we can win really hard on this stage and like get really, really nasty kills, but like if you're winning because like you're playing like neutral, and like if you're uncomfortable with not having enough space, like there are so many stages, whether it be like starting on Merchant, which is insane that it's a starter. Like I've been doing that more with Olympia, is if it's like
it's starting Merchant.
It's just starting Merchant instead, to kind of like have the space and like navigate the player and like get the tempo. Like there are certain players like that I won't let go to that stage, you know, because of the way they play, rather than their character. Like I'm never gonna let Bio play me on that stage. Like ever.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm never taking.
Right.
I'm never taking Max to Merchant. Like,
yeah, exactly. Right. Like that. Like we don't do that. Right. But it's like you can go to like Godai and start there. Right. Because you need that little bit of extra space to kind of build your confidence in the tempo that you want to play.
Yeah.
And then if you're like, okay, cool, like I can actually scrap with you and win harder, then we go to Forest, and if they don't ban it, and like dog them, right? Because if they don't, like, let's like think like, let's say we're fighting Max, like hypothetically, right? And it's like, okay, I'm winning all like more of our scraps, but then he bans, let's say he bans Forest and Rockwall. You get to go to Hodojo.
True.
And then it's like, you know, let's hypothetical again. It's like, let's say he bans like Forest and Hodojo, you get to go to Rockwall. Or, you know, as the set goes on, you get to go to Tempest. And it's like, they only get so many bans, right? And it's like recognizing that like, it's about like the way we feel and like the space we get to use. Like even like I've been talking about this. What was it? When I was talking to Ion, he was like, dude, I was losing on Forest and winning on Air Armada against like Rano. And he's like, that felt really weird. And I was like, no, that makes total sense because you have the space.
Okay.
So it's like, if you're winning neutral and getting really good value off your hits, then we use the space, right? And I think this is really important to recognize. Instead of looking at it like, there are certain stages where like there are rules, right? Like we're not gonna let fucking Loxlord go to Tempest, right? Like that's just like an always we're gonna ban that, right? And I think that's really important, is like there are things like that are like, we just don't want to allow that unless we're like significantly better than the person, right? But looking at things more objectively and like the way we feel, and then observing like the way that person plays and stuff like that is where you'll get more value.
Okay.
Because like even like a situation like this, because you won the first game before this, right? Yeah. And then he picked Hodojo, right? Yeah. We want this. Right? Like objectively, we want to fight Maple on this stage. Like, sure, Maple combos on Hodojo, like, yeah, that's fine. But like our combos on Hodojo, our kill confirms on Hodojo, like that's what we're looking for. And like, look, you took 17. Like, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's his counter pick. This is the exact scenario we're trying to create, because what he was probably thinking about from that first game, to some degree, was like, I could not get these kills. I need to go somewhere where I can kill you and then also have like plats and like try to get more value off these hits. But the way you're DIing and like the hits that he's actually getting are not really like great value, so to speak. That is so funny that crystal got in the way.
I did it.
I don't know if you air dodged fast enough.
I was mashing it. I can't tell.
It's really close.
I don't even know if he was far enough out.
I don't know if he was either, but it definitely hit the crystal like very close to them.
Yes, which was funny. But...
yeah. We need to talk about the how to recover after you do this.
I should have wall jumped.
You're not doing this right, and like what you need to practice is very, very particularly, and study, is routing like how you wall jump after hitting people. This is something that's not conducive to you because it's not like natural to do that, and this is like that scenario is also something that you struggled with as Maple. So like this is a player issue, right? And like I want you to specifically like watch Switch do this. He is probably the best player in the world at doing this and like using it very intentionally. It is one of the best parts about your character, and it's very much the same thing that like the last thing we were working on with Maple was like that, and it's like it might be better because you don't have to mark them. Like Switch will do like the falling back air or like up air or whatever, and then like wall jump like nair, and then just like kill people. Like, wall jump just like fair and just like kill people. I've even like personally been you know like the drop Maple fair, like I've just been doing that as Olympia. Like
oh my god,
it's awesome. It's completely broken. Like this big gnarly hitbox and the reverse hitbox just kills too. So like it's awesome.
That's terrifying.
It's very, very good. I encourage you to like think about it, and like it's very much the same idea. It's just you don't have to have a mark on them. You just wall jump and it combos. Like it's awesome. But also like in these moments where it's like we're scrapping off stage, like this is the thing where like we need to be more confident, and like my goal here is not to be like how do I magically recover. It's like can I like hit you and potentially get a mix up. I think you get too scared of like trying to anticipate getting hit, and like that's where you kind of get psyched out into like trying to tech, and people take advantage of that. Like that last one, like I could tell you were like trying to be like I'm gonna get ready to tech, and then he just like didn't, and you were like oh, and it was like you too fixated on what you think he's gonna do in advantage, and like because of that you got mind controlled.
Okay,
that makes sense.
That does make sense.
Cool. Any questions or thoughts right now?
No, but I almost killed myself again, so that's funny.
Yeah, you sure did almost do that. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the funny Nard guy set.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Claren. So what have you? So you have specifically already asked me about like neutral. Neutral is where you feel like you have the most trouble. Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Big sword.
Big sword. Right. Okay.
Yeah. It feels like, at least when I play against Archangel, I didn't feel it as much against Nard because Nard doesn't play that way. But Archangel would just nair.
Yep.
And then either do nothing or dash back or like up tilt, and it was like if I don't win this rock paper scissors, I die here.
But like, what if we just like don't like fuck with?
But then how do I get in on him if he's only pressing the nair button?
Well, so there's a part of the nair button that's bad. What's the bad part if he like jumps and nairs like that?
I don't know.
So let's like watch this again. Like let's logically like answer why were we able to grab this snare?
Because he whiffed it.
Be more specific.
He was an end lag, and
specific.
I dashed under him.
Let's watch one more time. Ready? Let's be as super, super, super specific. Okay. So it's like he whiffed, right? Where did he whiff?
Yeah. Right next to me.
Right next to you. You need to learn how to play like at distances like this if they're gonna do stuff like this, as well as if they start to, you know, there's variance in this because some people like Archangel, where it's like this is his layer 1, right?
Yeah.
What is Nard's layer 1?
I don't really know.
Let's watch it. Let's go back and let's watch the Nard one. So it's like we've made sense of this, right? So let's try to identify, and we'll watch this for like a minute, okay? And be like, what is his layer 1?
Okay, I think I got it.
What do you think it is?
He's waiting for me to dash back or press a button, and then he's going to dash attack or like overshoot or jab me.
Yeah, and it's like he'll take the space and immediately try to cover that space for you trying to take it back, right?
Yeah.
What is Musique's layer 1?
If I remember, it's if spaced fair and dash grab is what I remember.
He's really good at that, and then also on top of that is baby dash jab.
So true.
Right? It's the more diverse layer of like the two, or like of the three of them, right? And it's like the really big, it's like a lot of dash dance, and then it's like retreating safe aerial. Like retreating is really important.
Yes.
Or he's approaching you with jab. That's the difference, right? Jab it down tilt. And it's like Gnar does a little bit of that, but it's like there is more intent in him trying to hit you and challenge your space.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
And so, you know, let's go back all the way now and let's look at the funny Archangel guy. And let's make sense of like, okay, so if someone wants to play like this where they're doing a lot of like whiffing, there's a couple ways we can address this, right? One, the goal is like properly identifying the ways and like context that we actually get to whiff punish it, right? Because we can whiff punish it. We are fast enough. We do have the burst range to do that in multiple ways, right?
Yeah.
And that being like dash attack, dash grab, or even like doing a rising aerial and then like responding to it after, right?
Okay.
The issue is properly identifying the context of when you actually get to do that. Where like here, you are just trying to fight him and being like, please stop naring. And then he keeps naring and you're like, why do you keep naring? I'm hitting you. And then he keeps doing it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want you to think about it as like, how do I make him stop? It's how do I use this to my advantage? Because your character is diverse and strong enough to navigate all three of these problems.
Okay.
There is also one other way that you do this. If they want to dash dance and whiff aerials, what can we do to them?
Throw crystal.
Yes, and then do what?
And then react.
And react. Good. This is what I mean. And this is where your problem lies, is like, what we have to do is be able to catch people between the acts of these things. And the way we can do this better is disrupting them. But because you're sequencing the way you are fighting in neutral, especially it being like aerial landing and then landing and pressing whatever that button is, whether it be gem, whether it be jab, whether it be whatever, like that's the trap.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I know, right?
Hey, you lived. Let's fucking go. But this is the big thing, I think. It's just like you sequence a lot of this stuff, and it's like I want you to like simplify what you're doing a lot more. And it's like this is a matchup where it's like you need to press one button at a time. And if you do, you get to control the tempo because then they have to press more buttons.
Okay.
Because when Clarin is mid-range and presses retreating forward air, it doesn't do anything to you if you don't run into it. And that is the same thing with Nair. And there's something really awesome about Nair that you didn't mention. What is the other bad thing about Nair? What do you think it is? Let's like look at the move like objectively.
It's smaller than her other aerials.
I would agree. That's one. But the big one is it's a really long move, like total frames. So it's easy to visually identify that it's happening and prepare yourself to go, can I actually punish this or not? And this is the skill check that you're failing and why he gets to do this to you. Is because you are not being like, okay, he's doing the nair and doing the whole like, how about I wait for you to do the fifth nair and now I'm ready? Because if he just wants to sit and do it, that's awesome. And I think me and you both agree. It's a lot easier to punish something like Clarin jumping and nairing and pressuring them than it is to navigate baby dash jab.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
what I mean.
You hit the nail. Like you hit the nail on the head of me just like the whole like when I'm full hop nairing at him or like when I'm like full hop fairing at nothing, it's because I'm trying to anticipate him nairing at me and I just want him to stop.
You can't
like I want to hit him hard enough that he stops doing it, but he just won't stop.
And that's because that's his natural layer one. And it's like, you have to think of it like, you know, we've talked about like the rules, right?
Yeah.
If he wants to play this way, there are rules. That's the way that works.
Yeah.
When I see people play like this, I just sit there and just go, you have to jump or you have to dash now or you have to press shield because of that nair is done. And I time throwing the gem and either stop it right in front of them or hit them with it. And you can absolutely do that because you can react to them doing nair and they can't react to you throwing gem at mid range.
Yeah.
So like you have the upper hand. And it's like then you can also like that creates physical pressure, like it's the non-committal physical pressure, and we threaten that now. So now their mental stack is now more complex, and we can just not throw the crystal when it's on cooldown. And then they now have to overcomplicate the way that they're trying to play their layer 1, which is like not natural. And so the big thing that happens too is like when you don't have gem 2, he super takes advantage of you because you're trying to get it. You're trying to get to it. Like that's like your big issue right now is like you also need to learn how to just like play without the gem and like looking at things more responsively and being like, I can't just like try to go through you here. I need to find the way around you, or like I need to go back to ledge. I think you're still too scared of playing off stage, and like we have to remove from your brain that her recovery is bad. It is not bad.
Okay.
Her recovery might unironically be better than Claren's. You have way more variety in the ways you can recover and navigate and mix up than she does. And it's like looking at that where you're in until like when you have all your resources, there is so much available to you. So if you are uncomfortable and you go off stage or go to the ledge, we have a lot to work with versus they have to up B.
Yeah.
They have to up B. And like this side B is like always bad. Like that shit is always bad because you understand how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Also, when you're in this scenario and you want to get the easy turnaround grab, I want you to jump cancel the grab so you don't go through them.
Okay.
Let me show you. It was like on the left side of the stage here after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this where it's like you back up and then that to like do that because you meant to dash and you like didn't. But if you want to get turnaround grab there, like jump cancel and you won't like dash through them.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Cool. How are we feeling right now? What are we thinking about?
It makes sense with Nair specifically. Like I just didn't get it before. And it's because I was trying to just slam my head into the wall over and over again. But
exactly. And that's the trap. It's the same thing. Like I want you to like think of it as something where we've learned this already, right? You're trying to make Zedderburn stop doing jumping fair at you. Like you can't.
Yeah.
Like you can't. It's the same exact lesson we've learned. And like this is what I want you to start doing more of. It's like when you're presented to a problem, be like, how do I relate this? And it's like, well, if the Zedderburn is like jumping and down airing or fairing at me, there is like a specific way they have to like move to do that, right? Yeah. And it's like, I want you to look where it's like when he's like jumping and doing these nairs, it's like he is full committing to doing that. And like I don't want you to look at it and be like, this is bad, but it's like if they want to use it this way, you can take advantage of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because in certain contexts, it can be really good. And he uses it really confidently, and he's really good at like using the move as a whole. That is so funny that you died. Nah, it's cool. That's really funny that he caught your DI. I was like, oh my God, you're just dead.
I'm just dead.
Nice. Regrab. Yeah, like imagine if you had the confidence to go down there.
Yeah.
And then like you weren't aware that you had a combo there either, but that's okay. Like even like putting the gem against the wall, like I as a whole, we just need you to be more creative in the way you navigate like edge guarding. I think that's your weakest part is like, dude, you can touch the bottom blast when we come back. That means you have a good recovery. Like that's what that means.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions right now?
No.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, hit me.
With that bear that I'm doing from ledge, I think it's good. I think and it's the thing that we were trying to practice with Maple Nair, covering that like place with their where they're wall jumping afterwards. But you said there was like a faster way to get back from that.
Well, so when you hit it, you can like do wall jump. And like you can't accidentally wall cling now. Yeah. So you are doing it now. Or if you do it, the big thing that's really important is if you do this by dropping from ledge, you also have your double jump.
Mm-hmm.
So you can always make it back then.
Okay.
And it's like looking at that and like what I want you to practice doing is like literally like back air and go really low and be like, how far can I climb back up? Because if you do the back air, like that's awesome. Or even do like back air, wall jump, fair, and then we're like, then just like recover. Like I just want you to practice dancing around and like off of the wall or just dropping from ledge and like being more confident in how you navigate that. Because the big thing you just always want to remember is like, if I wall jump and I hit somebody, I get another wall jump.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how do I abuse that? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like something that I've seen, like a great character to practice this against is like Edalus. Because you are just naturally going to rinse and repeat him, right?
Yeah.
And so if you catch him and then force him down and it's like now he has to up B, right? If you're like, okay, I can't get the kill here. Okay, I'm going to do it. And then we're going to hit him and then I'm going to side B back and I'm going to wall jump. And then it's like he's charging up B and then we wall jump and we kill him. And then we do it. Or we go back to ledge and we do it again, right? And you just practice like rinse and repeating where it's like, oh, this is just guaranteed. Because I know you are good enough to react to DI off of like your back air when you're falling. And it's like having the confidence to like actually react to that and being like, oh, you just die. Or like, oh, like I can just like nair you all the way into the blast zone. It's like not even just killing them, but it's like, let's say you're doing this to Zetter and it's like they have no jump and you do like that wall jump into nair and he's really far. It hits him like out, not up and out. So that means if he doesn't have a double jump, he's probably fucking dead just because he can't recover. And it's like, I want you to look at it in that way where it's not always just how do I get the kill off of it, which is like the fun way, but also how do I just nerf you off stage because you lose all your resources. And it means I get the easy like down air, the easy whatever, right? Or you just don't make it back now. So against characters like Rano and Zetterburn and stuff like that, where it's like, oh my God, this makes your life 100 times easier.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Let's look at where's the Nard one? Here it is. And we'll just kind of passively watch this. Yeah, how are we feeling right now?
Feeling good. Feeling good. Things make sense. I have things to practice now, which is nice.
Good. What's the next tournament you're going to?
I don't know yet, actually.
Okay. You gonna try to convince everybody to go to the next fusion major?
I want to, but like fucking how?
You gotta get Archangel to go. Convince him. Find your way to his house.
Honestly?
Might be the play. Might be the play.
Might be.
Maybe see if like him and Quack and them want to go. You know, maybe plan ahead. That's the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
Get the whole truck full. You know.
fucking central Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe everyone will be down. It is Monday night, so it is cringe. But
I hate being in a fake region with a Monday night local. Fucking
yeah, it'd be like that, man. It'd be like that. But you know, you make the trip once a month. It's worth it. I know there's also like the Garden State event is happening, but I don't know where that is.
Yeah, the one fusion I went to was great. I had a great time.
Yeah, I remember.
But then you went to the one after me. You were dodging.
Well, because I stayed home and casted because I had work the next morning, so I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, you were dodging.
But I'll probably go to Fusion again at some point. I promised Justin Byleth is coming back from studying abroad, so I promised I'd go to the next one he goes to, and Solar Beam might make me attend the major. We'll have to see what happens.
Does Solar Beam still play the game?
He's playing a little bit. He's been taking a break.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
He's figuring his stuff out.
I feel that.
Yeah.
What stages do you think I should go in this matchup with?
Because
it feels awkward.
What did he ban? Yeah. No, he did the right thing. Okay. Because he banned Merchant and this, right? Because he won game one? Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, I picked Rockwall against Archangel, and I was winning the game, and then he down tilted me at 60, and I got. I died.
Between me and you,
And I'm
you,
like,
bud. They do that on every stage. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't
the
matter?
thing. Well, like if you get down tilted near the ledge at 60, it's an execution check. You die on every stage, pretty much.
Oh my! I thought that was like Rockwall and Forest
No,
exclusive.
You just die. Like 9 times out of 10, you're just gonna die because they get to level 2.
Dude,
because it's an execution check. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's broken. Yeah, it's really good.
Am I allowed to DI it down? Am I allowed to DI it out? I thought if I DI'd it out, I died.
You see, there's a problem with that now, right?
Wait, does it not matter?
Well, it depends on like there's very hyper specific percents, but like trying to react and DI down tilt is really hard.
I think I think I can react to it.
As long as you can recognize the scenario of I'm going to get down tilted right now, like that's the thing.
It's like,
and so you can mix up percents
like when
where it can be like not true or really close, but like
when I DI in on Archangels, like it was on purpose because I was like, oh, I'm on Rockwall, down tilt will just kill me if I DI out.
Yeah, but then they can just forward air you. So like
he F smashed me. But... Dude, what?
I'm sure you went, huh?
I did. I literally.
Yeah, you did the cat. You know the huh? Like, what do you mean I'm dead? You can die in a lot of ways, especially like 60. It's like it's kind of you get F strong. Yeah. There's a lot of ways you can just die.
But she's gonna do that regardless, so it doesn't like I don't have to think about that when I'm picking stage.
Yeah. Like the only stage where it can be kind of weird is like Go Die can be kind of funky. But that's one that's like, again, it's like it's preference. Like in this context, if you were like, oh, like I'm getting hit a lot or like I'm dying really early, you could try like Go Die. Because your moves, your stuff will kill. Like 9 times out of 10, your stuff just works, and it's like being confident in that and like being aware of like how to create those scenarios. But this is one of those matchups where it's like you both have the what I like to call like your shit just kills effect. So worrying about the blast zones isn't impactful unless you're dying in a specific way, like because of a specific mistake.
Okay.
So if you're like, I keep getting like. I'm gonna think of like a really specific one. You know, if you know, it's actually hard because Claren is kind of funny. If you specifically are dying off the top a lot, then you could go to like Tempest, right, and make it harder for that. It's like I'm getting like up aired a lot, and you make it harder. Does it still like kill you? Like yeah, but if their routes are like naturally trying to do that earlier, like you make them have to do that later, and that's harder, right? But if it's like they're comboing you into like up strong, you know what I mean? Like that's where a stage like that could be really good. Same with like Go Die, same exact idea. Or even like Fire Cap. Like Fire Cap's kind of a weird one for you, but it's like if you're like I need space and I'm dying too early, we do the funny I'm gonna go to Fire Cap and run around that game.
I like the plats on Fire Cap, and Clarence have told me that they don't like big stages. So,
yep.
Okay.
It's a great stage if you're like, yeah, I just don't want to fight you right now. You can absolutely do that on Fire's Capital. Yep.
Okay.
But there is not like again, it's like I want you to not look at it like super like this is the right thing to do versus Claren. It's like looking at like how am I dying? What is the problem? It's like if I'm getting grabbed a lot because I'm getting stuck in shield a lot, then we need to go to a big stage. Or if it's just like. If it's something like the hard part basically is just she's good on all the stages you're good on, right? But for sometimes the same reason and sometimes different reasons. And it's like she can move really well, you can move really well. Your mobility is has more variance in it because of down B, which is really big. But again, at the end of the day, you have a projectile and she doesn't. And so like you can control the ground a lot more effectively, but you have to navigate that, as well as like your grounded burst range is a lot more impactful than hers because of that. And so it's like understanding like that's why like Rockwall is still really, really good.
1 sec.
Yep.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, my friend.
That's okay. But yeah, this is the big thing because it's like all the stages, whether it be Forest, whether it be Hodojo, all this stuff. She's really good on these stages too. Right. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
she is really good. Her routes are really conducive to like the way the stages work, but so are you. And it's like it's kind of like
I think
it's kind of like fighting Zetter or like fighting Rano. It's like a lot of the stages you're really good on. It's for a lot of the same reasons, and it's like just recognizing like how is this person playing and like trying to get better at identifying that like layer 1 and being like, how do I make this part like a lot harder?
I was gonna say I think Forest would have been absolutely terrible for me against Archangel.
Yeah.
But I think it might have been the play against Nard because the way that he likes to play neutral and control space.
You could have, you felt like you could overwhelm him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't do it because I was scared of like the hypothetical Claren up throws me and then I get true tipper F smash. But he never did that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I was worried
and see,
about
that's
it.
the thing, right? It's like we have to be in the moment. It's like, are they actually doing this? And it's like sometimes you got to go to the stage and be like, oh, they can do it, right? Or they've got it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's still an execution check for certain things, and it's like that's why, for example, like the down tilt thing, like they can do that pretty much everywhere. So like there's lots of different things that they can do in response to it, and it's whether or not they're good at like the responding or reacting to your DI and the variance that happens with that. Or if there's a reason that they're getting the down tilt, right? Like someone who's really, really good at like creating the scenario that gives the down tilt is like Gengar. Gengar is really good at like conditioning off of like back air and applying a ton of pressure and putting people into the corner and then like catching them holding in on like dashing in and getting down tilted, and then he just gets to do whatever he wants off of it and they die. Like that's the idea, is like there's layers to it, and it's like understanding why. And if you can't understand why, it's just like, what can I pick that makes this happen less? Whether that be the stage or the way you play. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Okay, we are running a bit low on time, so let's recap a little bit, bud. What have we learned today?
I need to lock the fuck in with like the Olympia hate shit. I just need to not.
Yep, and you must stop surrounding yourself with people that are piss babies. Yeah, that's the big one.
And just stop interacting with the people that are making me feel bad about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then beyond that, with the actual game, I need to play around people who are just doing one option rather than trying to beat them out of it. I need to just respond to it instead.
Yep.
And then I need to do a better job of identifying people's layer 1s. Specifically, like the differences between them. Yeah,
I think that would go a really long way. Like I encourage you, like go watch Sophie play, and like do like very obvious difference ones. Like watch Sophie play and then go watch Sango play from Genesis. Like very, very stark differences, and then start like making it get closer, you know, and try to compare it. Like try like a hard one would be like compare Sophie and like Hyper Flame. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I'm not allowed to use Max for this, right? Because that's like cheating. That's.
What do you mean, like use Max for this?
for like the comparing different play styles. Like,
if you want to do this together, you can.
I mean, like comparing Max and Bio, or like Max and any other Rano. You can
absolutely do that. Yeah, because you know what it is. Like where that's good is Max is like a base of like, I thoroughly understand this, right? Yeah. So then that makes it easier to compare and contrast. So you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay. It kind of felt like cheating on my homework. So
No, you're using the resources you have, and the privilege you have is that you've played him probably more against him than like anyone else at this point. Yeah, like this level of play.
We played 1 billion times.
Yeah. And like that's what I mean. It's like use that resource, and like you can talk to him about it too.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Alrighty, then I think I'm gonna get you on out of here, bud. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later.
Peace.
Woohoo! We did it. We did it. All right. I am gonna go pee, and then our lovely guest is going to be 15 minutes late. So I will be right back. We're gonna chat. I'm gonna need you to stim a little bit. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes. Put a banger on. bit more. That's a good song. All right, I'll be back. All right, chat, we're back. What did I miss? It's just Loxlord again. That'd be really funny. Nah, dude, it's definitely Beastly. It's definitely Beastly, chat. Come on. Of course it's Beastly. Throwback song? Hell yeah, dude. Only bangers here, man. Only bangers.
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. All right, baby, let's go get a home run,
Love
baby.
the Mets, dude. Love the Mets. Oh, okay. Let's... Let's get prepared here. Who is the original Loxlord? That is a DVD. EPM player. Guys, I was given free McDonald's. This is bad. It's a dangerous thing. I'm being a bum. Oh, it's CD. Oh shit, he's here. What's up, dog? Dude, thank you for pinging me for in the Discord the other day when Spades was losing his mind. That was awesome. It was so awesome, dude. Hey guys, we will find out who this is in 10 minutes. They will be here very, very soon. Let's do a little ping here. Spades is still crashing out. Oh, I mean, yeah. But, like, he's not doing it in my Discord, so I don't care. He's getting closer. He's learning that I'm right. That's what matters. We'll never forget the first local I went to Else too. Oh, tell me about it. Zeke, have you ever sat in the chair behind you? It's a couch. It's a couch. You're welcome. Thanks, fam. Yeah, we're on the couch, chat. We're chilling. Ugh. The couch will be useful when Stango comes to my house to fight Zeus in grand finals of the online RCS. Yeah, pants reveal. I'm wearing sweatpants. You got me. Couch gaming. Yeah. Not good for you. You shouldn't game sitting on a couch. All right, chat. The fans were wondering if the streamer was wearing pants. Is crazy. That's crazy work. All right, let's ping the Discord because they should be ready very soon. So chat, who do we think it is? And if you know, don't spoil it. Because some people know. It's Hungry Box. Okay. Interesting. Interesting prediction. Zane. You know, that's why he lost, because he's been playing so much Loxodon, you know? The Bowser and the Loxodon really messed him up. I think it's Boyko. Okay. Okay. Interesting guess. It's ZOR Gaming. Yeah. You know his locks, dude? Oh, it's crazy. MK Leo. Yeah, while he's in Japan. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Definitely him. Let's check on Zeus. How's his run going? It's a Loxlord again. That'd be so funny. What rank is he? 1527. Oh, he's got Echoes coaching him. Oh, that's awesome. Spargoat. It's MSB. Yep. It's me from the future with even cooler sunglasses and 2 jackets. David Ion. Ooh. Who has noticed me, Loxlord? Anyway, so let's go through the story. So very similar to the Dandelion dilemma that has occurred recently. There is somebody on ranked right now playing Loxodont and beating a lot of really good people with Loxodont. And a lot of people don't know who it is. A couple people do. It's not the same situation as Dandelion, where basically I was like the only one who knew for a very, very long time who they were. Oh wait, CD. Oh, dude, wait. Be here for the reveal, and then go tell him who it is. Okay. You probably already know though, but that's okay. Anyway, it's someone who's been playing Loxodont on ranked, and it's very good. They're very, very good with Loxodont, and I've wanted to get their perspective on this character for a while. Zeus might know. I don't actually know if he knows. I don't remember. But they're a very powerful player, and I'm excited. All this to just say it's Zeke is insane work. Listen, that'd be really funny. Maybe the next one will be me. Maybe the Obza one will be me. That's the one that'll do it. The Sylvanos one will surely be Zeke. Oh, is it possible to have not known their opinion? Yeah. This is gonna be a good one. All right. Chat. I think it's time for our guest to be here. I think our guest is ready. Chat, let's turn off the music. Let's lock in, okay? Notice me, Loxlord, notice me, whatever you want to call him. Very powerful player that has been on ranked, okay? Like I mentioned, this is a pre-existing player who is quite strong, and they have quite strong feelings about the game. And I personally have been really excited to talk to this individual for quite some time. And I think you guys are going to be really excited to find out who this is. Let's give them a call and let them reveal who they are. The vine boob is crazy. Would you like to introduce yourself, my friend?
I am Boyko, aka Loxlord Notice Me.
My whole chat just went, it's Coney!
Cody. Another name that I used to go by.
Yes.
That might bring up some nightmares for some people from last season is the Fleshmancer.
Yep.
I don't know if people are familiar with that one, but I was like a top 10 Rano player.
I love that. That's a great name, Fleshmancer.
Yeah, I was indeed the Fleshmancer.
All right, my friend. This has been a long build-up for me and you to finally hang out and chat. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, me too.
Tell me a bit about your Loxodont experiment and how you felt getting to play against Mr. Loxodont. or as Loxodon rather.
Yeah, I think Loxodon is Loxodon to me is the epitome of what my biggest issue is with Rivals 2.
Yeah.
And it's that too many characters have options that are very easy and very rewarding.
Uh-huh. Could you be specific about what that's like for Loxodon, in your opinion?
So for Loxodon, it's jab. His jab is really, really hard to play against. And when he gets an opening off of jab, or like jab F tilt, his F tilt 2, it knocks down at 0.
Yep.
So you really can't try to use like CC range CC against it and then run in, because you'll floor hug the first one or something and then get knocked down by the second one. You need to be like true crouching to not get knocked down, because it's 20% reduction, but that it still knocks down pretty early. So you don't really have a lot of good defensive options to use against him just kind of standing there and pressing the A button.
Yep.
So the best one you have is shield, and then you run in and you shield, and then he starts grabbing you and he starts up throwing you.
Doing heinous
And I don't
acts.
think I need yeah, I don't think we need to talk much about Loxodon up throw.
Some have said it's akin to being thrown into a nuclear bomb. I'm sure me and you agree on that one. Holy yeah, no, I super agree with you. I think jab, the fact, like, when I first recognized that it was like, oh, like at 0 I'm getting forced knockdown, that's when I was like, oh, we're just intended to not fight him. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
I can't react to this. Like, I just have to not interact. I can't initiate like safely against him. I have to be like, what do you want to do?
And before he was nerfed pretty recently. I don't remember when it was. I think it was like around the time Olympia was released, or a little before that.
I think it was the one before, but keep going.
Yeah, where he was nerfed to like you could stomp out the magma before it forms.
Oh,
that was a really good change, because prior to that you were like, okay, I don't want to interact with this guy. Then he's like, okay, that's fine. Don't interact with me. I'm going to get a super move.
Yes.
In just a few moments here, that's going to kill you at 50 when I up throw you. So you were incentivized to. He was incentivized to not interact with you, and you were incentivized to interact with him. So the game state was kind of just in his favor in a lot of ways. And if you were good at abusing like his range and his strengths and things like that, that made him like actually a surprisingly strong character. And I think a lot of the reasons people feel that he's not that strong in the grand scheme of things is because his strength is one that's more like fundamental based.
Yes.
But once you get decent at it, it's like really not that hard to execute for a lot of reward and very low risk.
Yep, exactly. No, I have been joking around, and I ran this one by Switch recently. I was like, Loxodon is like top 5 when he's like below 50%. When he can just floor hug any like a lot of the buttons that I want to press to like comfortably interact with him, and it's like hard to get that like clean hit on him. It's like, yeah, no, you're just the best character in the game, because if you hit me with this, or you hit me with this, or you grab me, like I'm just immediately losing very badly.
Yeah, it's tough, and I do think like one of his things also is like you go to combo him, and he doesn't really get comboed, right? He's the heaviest character in the game, so he takes the least amount of hit stun.
Yes.
So you go to hit him, and he doesn't take a ton of hit stun. And then he's pretty floaty on top of it. He's not the floatiest, but he's got the second lowest maximum fall speed in the game, behind only Fleet. And he's actually closer to Fleet than he is to Raster.
That's crazy. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, he's very, very floaty guy. So you kind of have to like, you really can't overextend against him. His nair comes out fast, his back air comes out fast. His down air, his feet are completely intangible on his down air.
Yep.
So he actually has like the most disjointed down air in the game.
Yep.
So you don't want to take a lot of like risks against him. You don't want to try to overextend, because he's going to exit that hit stun early. He's going to be pretty floaty, and then he's going to counter hit you. And it's like, if you get counter hit by nair,
and then he gets to combo you.
Yeah. And like, I don't think I don't think Loxlord is like this secret top 1 character, the best in the game or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think he's just a little too easy for how non-punishing he is.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that this game is in a really interesting spot where I feel like a lot of characters, if not all of them, have like something that's like, oh, this is like really, really, really easy. And it also like means you die. And like sometimes it's like the grab, which is the one that I think that usually feels like the worst, is when it's a character that has that. But like another move that I've been talking about for quite a while that I feel like falls in this category is like Crag down air.
Crag,
dude,
Crag down air.
Dude, I've been on a crusade for months now. That's like, why does Falcon Stomp have no sour spot?
Yeah, it's no sour spot. It's sent straight down.
Straight down.
There's no like good DI out of it or anything like that. And he has Crag is the second highest or second fastest, I should say, like vertical ascension in the game.
Yep.
So he can cover that space even if you're at a pretty high percent. And then he's one of the few characters who has a killing up air, right?
Yes.
It's like him, Claren, but Claren's is a little different because you need like a lot of time to set it up.
Yep.
And Zetter's got the sweet spot. That's definitely doable. But Crag's is just spacing thing. I don't even think it's timing based. I think it's solely spacing.
It's completely spacing. And the best part too is not only does it do that, but it also combos into itself. So it, like you can get that down air like earlier and like get that. And it's like that kind of combo is just like boink, 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 and they just die. And it's like the closest that, you mentioned would be like Claren, but it's like there is a higher like execution to doing it with Claren than it is with Crag, for sure. And I think like that is one of those examples where it's like they do the same thing, but for one character, it's significantly easier. And I think you're absolutely right that we're kind of in like this weird spot in the game right now where they're kind of trying to figure out like which direction are we going to go. Obviously, I know you're in beta and there is no pressure to share anything like that. Obviously, you're not allowed to. But I know that you are someone who is active in beta and gives a lot of feedback, and I am someone that's very appreciative of people like you doing that to help better the game as much as we can, right?
Yeah, and I always say at the end of the day with beta, it's anecdotal no matter what, right? So it's like it's based on my opinion and my experiences with things, and I try to be as objective as possible whenever I give feedback. I'm not like a particularly salty person, or I don't really get like tilted or anything like that. I mean, you could see like when like Marlon's beating my ass at Riptide, I'm like, I'm just laughing, like, he's getting down tilted by Raster when it had no sour spot over and over and over again. It's like, what can you do? You just gotta have fun. I'm old, and like this game is not my life or anything like that. I have a career.
You're here for a good time, and you just like. The way I definitely put it a lot is just like, I'm not the one entering the tournaments or anything like that. I just want the game to be fun and be competitive and, it not be like incredibly frustrating for both parties to like just fight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the thing where it's like, they're really at this crossroad right now. I feel like with the game where like, we're either going the direction where it's like, it's going to get a lot easier for everyone to do a lot of things, or we're going to start making things a lot less multi-tool or multi-purpose or thing just work, so to speak, type stuff. It's really interesting because we are definitely at a split where like a lot of characters kind of do these things, but some of them just do them way easier than others. And yeah, and I know I will say, like, I know you still do play quite a bit. I know you bounce around on ranked in your leisurely time. I guess the big question that I'm sure everyone probably has for you is, how do you feel about Olympia right now?
I don't know. I think Olympia is obviously like broken, but I think she's broken in a way that's like, how could I best describe this without upsetting the masses?
Oh, you can upset the masses. It's okay.
She's
love
broken in a
upsetting
way
them.
where I feel like she could be very easily reined in, and her strengths are not like like really obnoxious to fight against. Like I think Loxodon is obviously a notably worse character than Olympia, right? But give me every Olympia before you give me a Loxodon, because she still has to interact with me. She still has to come after me.
Mhm.
She still has to take risks. With Lox, it's just like I'm playing against a Dark Souls boss, and I just need to break through this zone, and it's very tiring, right? It's not like
Yeah.
I'm not really having a great time, and I'm just like
it's the
waiting for the
okay. You're in the
Loxodon
corner
to-
again. Now, when do I get to hit you again? Like,
Right,
when
right.
do you decide that I get to hit you?
And Olympia can do that. Like I think the biggest thing that needs to be nerfed about her is Gem, because I think Gem breaks sort of that aspect of
Yep.
her. It allows her to zone break in a really effective way.
Mhm.
I personally think that the best way to nerf Gem is to make it so if you parry it and it hits her, it crystallizes her, because then it's like she'd be
Ooh.
much more like it'd be much riskier to throw it out. Right now, she parries it, you parry it, it goes back, it hits her, she
And
runs
then-
away, and
Yeah.
then nothing happens.
And then we go back. Yeah.
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 So, but if it crystallized her, she would be a lot more. It would be a lot more precarious to just like okay, this person's dash dancing in the corner. I need to zone break. I'm going to throw out my gem and just dash into them,
Yep.
because it's like, oh, they reacted to you throwing the gem and parried it. Now you're crystallized, and now you're getting owned.
Yeah, no, I super agree. I think gem is like, or gem throw is specifically the thing that people are at the tippy top of play, is like where it's being abused like the most, I think. Where it's just like, oh, I just don't get to dash dance. Like,
Yeah.
not in like a conducive way where we get to like interact with each other. It's like, I have to dash dance to get you to throw gem. And then depending on how you do it, it decides how we get to play the game from there. And it's like very oppressive in that way, where it like dominates the way neutral is played, even within center stage. Because I think the biggest thing too is with how fast it travels, the fact that they can just pop or not pop it, but like stop it. I think that is another thing that like I think is really cool and like fun to play with. But I think it's so busted that like one of the things when I had Beasley doing the whole dandelion test is we were talking about this, and he was like, I've been getting more value out of throwing it and stopping it and baiting people than throwing it and then just like comboing into the funny like dash, because we were like, this is getting nerfed, so let's not waste time like learning this, because we knew that was getting nerfed.
Right.
And it's just like, it is one of those things that is so easy to be like, oh, you want to hit the gem so bad, and like it is a really easy skill check to fail and just get smacked and feel stupid. And
Yeah.
even the best players fall for it. Like you think they're far enough and you're not, because she's so quick on top of that, I think.
Yeah, she is quite quick, and she has. I will always say, like, something that people underrate as like an attribute in platform fighters is vertical speed.
Yes.
Like, there's
Yeah, dude.
there's a reason Fox's full hop is
Yep.
so broken in Melee, and it's not because of his horizontal speed. He does not have as much as you would think.
A great example of this actually is in Smash 4. Zero Suit Samus is a really, really good example of this, because her up air being like slightly disjointed and comboing into itself and it being like, oh, this is a really good move. But the fact that she had one of, if not the fastest rising like jumps and full hops and a double jump combined, she could just carry you up to the top in a way that nobody else could in the least amount of hits. And then combined with the funny, stupid, super broken up B, like it just became this like nuclear bomb combo from basically any percent. And like when a character can just like do something like that, it just removes your agency in so many positions that you end up just like getting frustrated, like, how do I even fight you? And I think that's Olympia's like on the cusp of being in that kind of position. I think the fix for Gem was really good. The fix that the suggestion that I've given, and I've seen a couple other people say, is reducing the speed, like the travel speed of the gem toss.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be fine. I think that does kind of like create the situations where she can follow up on it a little easier, though.
That's the problem.
Oh,
is
unless
like,
you mean the you mean the startup or the actual
so
speed of the gem?
it's both. I actually think both. I think there should be it should take like a couple extra frames to throw, probably like around like 3 to 5, and then the actual travel speed. So it's like if she wants to move with it, that's like a full commitment, and then this makes it easier to parry, if they are gonna parry it, and 2. It's a linear thing that you can then like react to at like further distances, and it's like there creates a lot more like counterplay available, but also leaves room for it to be expressive and like using like the stopping effect of it to bait people rather than just like seeing people moving and just throwing this unreactable thing that is like stop. Which feels like, as the person on the other side, is not fun because it just like completely restricts your like agency within that like mid-range. I mean, another example of this that people get frustrated about is like Rano single needle, like a grounded single needle. I don't think that that's ever going to change personally, but it's like stuff like projectiles like that just naturally make people get frustrated. And there's like a button that's like unreactable that just means like, no, you don't get to like exist the way I get to exist. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I will say, the good thing about Rano Needle, like Grounded Needle, is he can't follow up on it.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the difference.
So it's really just chipping you down.
He's just
and
being annoying.
He's just being annoying. I don't know. Like, some of those things are just inevitabilities in the game.
I agree.
Like camping.
It's going to happen.
We were having this discussion. Camping's going to happen. You cannot nerf camping.
Dude, there's no way to do it. You can't make someone not want to go to the platform and look at you. Like, that's just the nature of a platform fighter, that there's gonna always be a character and a player who's like, I don't want to fight this character, and they're gonna go up on that plat and be like, what do you want to do? And is it like objectively the good thing to do? Not always, no, but a lot of people are really like doing that, and you got to figure out how to deal with it, because I think, as Twitter put it, playing diagonal is quite powerful, and I think me and you agree on that, probably.
Yeah, definitely true. But yeah, I don't know. I think Olympia's pretty close to being fine. I think like she needs a little bit of a recovery nerf also.
I agree.
She's the only character with two air dashes that don't put her into special fall. But I don't know. I think like she just needs a little bit on her recovery, and then I think it'll be fine. I think if she dies like a little more consistently off stage, I don't know. To me, Olympia's like this is the thing that upsets the masses, but I think that some characters are like better candidates for being good than others.
No, you're so right, dude. I mean, me and you both played many games at this point. There are characters I would rather be the good character than others.
Like nobody wants PM Zelda to be top one.
Dude.
Nobody wants PM Ice Climbers to be top one. You know, like people they want you to be the other characters that you like much more enjoy fighting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I think like Olympia to me is like a pretty good candidate of what like a strong top tier should look like. Yeah. She's definitely too strong right now. Like, I think so. Switch and I have talked about this also. As we know, he's like one of the best Olympias playing the game, and he and I both agree that like there's a lot that she could be doing with like reverse back air and like mix ups with like delayed up air and things like that. That like the other players just don't do because you don't need to.
You don't need to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could get away with like some pretty like basic stuff just by kind of just face rolling on your controller, and then
you can
don't really die because her her recovery is good. So like all these cool things that she could do, like he's been doing like a lot of mix ups. Like the reverse weak hit back air into forward smash or things like that. Like and it's like you're ending my stock at like 90, but you could have just like up aired me 3 more times and like then killed me with up B off the side, you know, and that's what all the other Olympias are doing. So I think when those aspects of her get toned down a little bit to not feel so easy to execute, she'll still be very strong, but she'll feel a lot more fair, and I think she'll be like a pretty good candidate for what makes like a good character, or what a good character should look like.
Yeah. No, I think that she is at like the perfect spot where it's like we tune this move a little bit here, like this hitbox we adjust a little bit here, maybe we get rid of this hitbox, you know, little things, very like slight like slaps on the wrist on certain moves, and then I think we're in like a pretty good spot.
A couple frames of lag on like some of her aerials. Like I think forward air is like a little too easy to just like
Yeah,
get
you
somebody
just-
air
you
dodges
just
through
whip
it and then
it.
just do another
Yeah.
one, and it's
Yeah.
like,
just
you know,
whip and
maybe a
fall, and
little
it's
lag
hitting
on that.
something. Yeah.
A couple frames of lag on up air, so she like has to hit fall it more quickly onto a platform.
Yep.
Things like that I think would be fine, and
I have a
over
specific
well.
question for you.
sure.
How do you feel about in this game? There is a specific type of thing that I have noticed that they keep doing, and it's moves that like multi-purpose are designed to like perpetually mix your DI, and most commonly this is done with like up airs. And so the two best examples of this right now that I will use are like Olympia up air and Raster up air, and how they get to control like the way they're facing or which hitbox of it that they hit you with. How do you feel like interacting with moves like that?
I think moves like that are cool.
Okay.
I think like Olympia up air. So I'm sure the devs won't mind, but it used to be better.
I bet it was. I firmly believe it was. I can tell, like, out the gate, I was like, this has been tweaked. There is parts of it that I'm like, this is how it started. And there are parts where I'm like, we definitely tuned this one down a little bit.
Yeah. And I'll just say, even in back in those days, everyone in beta was like, you know, we got to test Olympia before she was released, and
Yeah.
everyone said the same thing. Besides me and Switch, everyone said up air is a war crime move. This is ridiculous. You cannot get out of it no matter what. And Switch and I were like very confused because we're like, are we playing the same game? Like, you just have to read what side she's going to hit you on, and then you DI away. Now, I think that like, and okay, so the change that actually happened was it's got 3 hitboxes: the spike,
Yes.
the mid hit, and the first frame, which is like the god hit
Yes.
that combos forever.
Mm-hmm.
The first frame is the same. The mid hit though sent it 75 instead of 70, so it sent a little more up,
Oh, okay.
and it was a little bit harder to get out of.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but even still, if you read which side she was going to hit you on, then you could, you know, DI correctly and get out of it. So I like moves like that because they encourage you to like do things like shield pivots to quickly turn yourself around to get the backside of the hit,
Yeah.
or you know, mix up or make it ambiguous which side you're going to hit on. And as
Mhm.
long as you can like tell what's happening as like the defender, I think that's okay. But then I look at like a move like Clarence Sour up air.
Yes.
Before it was nerfed, like
Mm-hmm.
it kind of just comboed into itself
just
a lot.
worked. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like there wasn't really much you could do. Like you could technically DI out of it, and like it sent it at a pretty low angle. Like Crag up air, like there's Zetter's sweet spot up air sends at 90. So
Yep.
it's like, what do? You know,
Yep.
you just get hit over and over again.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. So I'd rather a move that has some like player agency. Like you're forced to use this in a way that if you mix it up, you get better rewarded, but you have to mix it up. You can't just do it lazily because then people will know which side you're going to get hit on and be able to
Mhm.
DI away successfully.
Yeah. No, that is definitely one
So
of
I
those
like
things.
moves like that.
It's one of those things that's really fascinating because I feel like a lot of times it's like the move, how good a move is or a concept is, like can flip flop at like skill levels. And I feel like this is one of those things that like at like low level, they just get up aired forever, right? It's just like they just don't get it. They just get up aired to 90 and die, right?
Yeah.
Or accidentally get out of it because the other player like messes up, right?
Right.
Then there's like the mid to high level where they're trying to like do these mix-ups, and then it's specifically like, oh, I have the intent but the execution is dropped. And then there's the really, really like high to top level where it's like almost becomes the beginning again, where like, oh wait, I'm getting up aired to 90 again because they can do the execution and like mix it. And
Yeah.
it's one of those moves that I feel like I agree with you. I actually think they're really cool. I think it's fun when a move does a bunch of different things. Sometimes is the way I'll put it. I think there are certain things that they can do that can be really frustrating. Like a move that I like but don't like, as like an example, is like Rano forward air. It's like that's something that I don't love the way that move works, but I can get into that after. But
So yeah, actually, Rano forward air is a great example of moves I don't like.
yeah,
which is moves that mix up with themselves.
Yeah.
So like Olympia up air like sort of mixes up with itself, but it's positional based. Rano up air is DI correctly for the sweet spot, and they hit the sour spot, and you die.
Yeah, and then you die.
And then like it just kind of becomes like more of a guessing game.
Yeah.
Then like Olympia's, you could kind of like read her position. You could see where she started her jump. You could get the idea of like where it's going to hit. And...
I think there are contexts right now, especially when it's like if you get caught by like a raw up air is like when it feels bad. But it's like when you get like up thrown at like certain percents, you can very comfortably identify like what is the next thing that is like gonna hit me. And like that was a big thing. Like that first like week, everyone was like, oh my god, up air, like all this stuff. And I'm like, guys, like you can SDI, like you can DI like out, like and make it not just like forever. And it was like, whoa, people were like, oh, okay. And then people got better at executing and turning around and using the spike. And it's like, it's not a simple solution. I think the big thing is like you have to be able to track the player, like you said, and like how they move like as they do it, how they move after they do it. And I think it's definitely one of those funky ones that it's like, I think it's going to be really hard for them to, if they, are going to address it. Because right now that's the move that everyone's like the loudest about, that they're complaining about, right? It's like that, and then like forward air, like safety. It's like, those are the two things I think I've seen complained about the most, besides just gem existing. But that's, we've already talked about that. But I think up air is one of those ones where it's like, I'm very curious to see if they're ever going to touch it. And which part of it they address, right? Like
to me, the only thing I would change on it right now is some lag. I think it's too easy to do like rising up air, double jump up air, and then hit that in like
the total frames.
Pretty good position. Yeah, I think it's only got 15 frames of lag right now.
You can
which is like absurdly low.
Have you seen like hitting a parry and then like up airing like over and over on like the big characters? To spike and get them stuck in flinch.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Yeah, like it has no lag, and it's like there are some really cheeky things. Like I was talking about this in my session earlier, where it's like when I parry Lox, and I gotta get a clip of this because I've only done it off stream, which I'm really sad about. But it's like I parried Lox at like 30, and then I like jumped and like up aired him, and then I turned around and then I up tilted him, and then I down tilted him, and I was like, wow, you're dead. Like, and he just had no agency that whole time at all, because of the way the and that's another thing I actually want to ask you. How do you feel about the whole like what people have dubbed like the flinch, where it's like if you get spiked into the ground, and like the parry change?
So I
This is a safe space, you can be honest.
I think floor hugged is like needed in this game.
Yeah.
And but I understand that there are people who don't want it, and there needs to be like more obvious tools to beat it.
Yeah.
And I think that like being like, okay, you can use a spike, and spike already beat floor hug before, but it was frustrating for people because all you would do would be spike grab, right?
Yeah.
And that was the only real option you had, because then they could floor hug the subsequent
next
hit.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I like the idea of, okay, you spike someone and they're in flinch, you could do whatever you want now. If you want to do a Rado up tilt or whatever, those options work, and you don't just need to do grab. So I think that's cool. I'm fine with it at parry. I think, like, if you parry someone, I think they shouldn't be able to use, like, any defensive option. Like, you should not even be able to DI.
Dude, I super agree. I actually think if you get parried, if you are above 90, I think you should just die, honestly. I big agree with that. Hot take. I think when you get F smashed after getting parried at 90, you deserved it, and maybe
you can't.
More.
Yeah, can't DI. Be sick. But
you should like they give the person who got the parry rage for like the next hit. Just explosion move, absolutely. Yeah, no, I love that. That put that one in beta for me, man.
Yeah, but I think that like. So I think those changes are good. I think that they help sort of with the floor hug problem.
Yeah.
I do think spikes are a little too strong right now.
I agree.
So basically what they did is if you're spiked, I don't know, like, and you have a certain amount of knockback going to the ground. I don't know exactly how it works if you're close enough to the ground, but you don't actually go into flinch in those situations. So you can still floor hug what comes after in those. But I think in those, you're pretty much always just getting grabbed.
Yeah.
This does exist in Melee.
Yes, it does.
It's just done slightly differently. It's based
Mhm.
on your vertical velocity downward.
Yep.
So if you travel like farther, then you end up not being in that stun state. So it's similar, but it's accomplished in a different way.
That's
I'd be
cool.
curious if they would like look into the Melee way of doing it. It might feel a little more organic than kind of what's happening now, where it feels like a bit like a guessing game and makes spikes feel really strong. Because yeah, I just worry like, I don't know, people will talk about floor hug and like, oh, all you can do is spike and grab, and it's like, well, no, but we're kind of leaning more into like the spike only neutral if spikes are
Yeah.
just going to be like super strong.
Yep. No, like one of the things I've been doing with like Olympia is like I've just thrown out the up air, man. And then if
Oh
it,
yeah, her
if it
approaching
hits,
up air is really good.
it's so good, dude. I love it. It is cracking a move, and it's really fun. But I super agree with you on this. I think it is one of those things that's like we needed something for like the floor hugging to make people feel a little bit better. I think the way that a lot of moves that happen to spike are accessible right now and how low risk they are to use is kind of what compounds into making it like feel bad.
Yeah.
Especially on characters. I think the most notable ones right now are probably like Olympia and like Zetterburn, and then like and then like Ronald Fair specifically, but it's like kind of weird because like you have to be fighting him to kind of be in that scenario. But
Right.
like the other two can just kind of like jump on you, and it's like, are you gonna land and grab me? Or are you gonna land in space aerial? Or are you gonna just rip the spike and see if it hits me and take the risk? And it's like you don't really know which one they're gonna do. And some of them do both. You know, like Olympia forward air, it just does both, right? Like,
Yep.
And that's what I think. That's another one of those moves that's just like, it's good that she has a move like that, and I think it's a good way to combat that. It feels like she is like the anti-CC character, or floor hug specifically, rather, to be more specific.
Yeah, she is quite good against floor hug. I do think if there was auto floor hug, she would feel a lot worse like at
agree.
dealing with it
Yeah.
because of like she uses nair a lot
Yep.
and
Yep.
other things like that to kind of like get some space, and she just wouldn't be able to do that as effectively.
Mm-hmm.
I do have like Olympia counterplay that I don't see anyone do, and I
Oh.
feel like people just don't know about
Drop
it.
the knowledge,
but-
bro. Share with the class.
Yeah, I shared this in Stango's stream the other day, but like,
Mm-hmm.
do you know that her jab 1 can't be canceled into anything before she gets shield grabbed?
I guess the hard part about that is like visually discerning that it's happening, right? So it's
Yeah,
like,
so
you have to catch them
that's
sequencing it.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So she does like fair jab on shield, right? And like, you know, in this game you can't buffer a shield grab. So
Mhm.
getting that perfect grab is tight. You're probably going to lose to a jab down tilt or something. But once she does the jab, just mash the shit out of parry.
Yeah.
Parry can be buffered,
Mm-hmm.
and every single one of her moves gets parried in that situation.
Yeah.
In fact, I think her jab 1 almost always gets parried too. If she doesn't hit like a perfect forward air on shield, her jab 1 gets parried pretty much all the time. So yeah, I've been playing like I even played Beastly's Olympia, and I parried him like many times and got a lot of just like I just grab him out of it. I would just kill him out of it. Like
no, that makes sense. It's
Yeah,
punishing them for like autopiloting the pressure. Yeah.
Right. So Switch is the only one I don't get away with it on because I used to do it to his Zetter all the time
Yes,
too. Because
exactly.
Zetter can't shine before it.
Mhm.
Perfect spaced forward air is the only thing
Yep.
that can't get parried
Yep.
before shine. Everything else gets parried. So I would just parry him all the time, and he was like, "I don't like this." So he started just dashing away. Like he would hit
Yes.
my shield, dash away, and now
Exactly.
created a mix up, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, the autopilot, like a lot of these like 1500 Olympias who, I love the way BBAT says it, they found their soul character.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. That they're just knowledge checking people a lot, and I think that's one of the biggest skill checks that's happening for a lot of people. And funny enough, this is something I've talked about where like I think a lot of us who come from like Smash 4 and Ultimate, especially like for reference, like I played PM, I played Brawl, I've worked my whole way up, I've played all the other side games, but especially in Smash 4 and Ultimate, it's the closest comparison to a lot of like platform fighters where there are moves that are so safe where it's like you don't get to do anything, and understanding like how to navigate those situations, where I feel like in a lot of the other like higher APM games it's like let's swing back, let's fight back. And I think like this is one of those things that people are learning the hard way, especially I think a lot of the Melee players have been struggling with this one a lot, because even there are moves now where it's like you can't even Wave Dash had a shield comfortably away. Like, it's like, I'm moving again. I'm mashing a button on you. Like, and I think that's probably the most confusing part of the game, especially because, you know, we have training mode, but I do hope they make like, you know, like the teaching you how to play the game stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I hope they make one that
like
explains,
the tutorials, yeah.
like, yeah, I forgot the word tutorial. Thank you. I've had a long week and it's Monday, Tuesday. See, I don't even know. I want them to do one that's like explains how shield works, like how shield works, how you can't buffer grab. Like, to this day, I have people that have X amount of hours and they're like, I can't buffer shield grab because nothing in the game tells you that you can't do that. There's no conducive way of knowing that. The way I describe this a lot is like, there are a lot of things in the game that are like the magical forces that, like, unless you like read an article or like ask somebody, something will not work, and nothing in the game will like super explain that. They've been getting better at this, where like the floor hug indicator, like, I love that so much. And it's like, I really hope that they do better at like educating the masses of like what these things are and what they mean. And it be like coming from the devs. That's like the thing that I really, really hope, because, you know, I can make a video that explains like floor hug, but it's like, it needs to be like on the front page of the game. That's like, this is what this is. This is why your forward air doesn't work at below this %. And it's like, the average person that's just going to click the game and try it, it will make no sense. And I think that's like I agree with you about floor hug for reference. I think it is a thing that creates a level of agency that, like, I personally like. As someone who played a lot of PM, like, I love it. There's a fine line with all things and how strong it is, et cetera, et cetera. But I think as the game has gone, it's gotten better, and the balance of which things are auto floor huggable and which things aren't. Like, I like that a lot. But I think the issue is like education.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's the hardest part. And like, they one of the things I'm really happy about is like, they've gotten better with the patch notes and like making it make sense and explaining the changes. And I love that. And I hope they do that to like really make the game more approachable as a whole. Especially for people coming from not melee and PM. I think that's obviously the hardest transition for any of them, is like, there are so many things that they've never interacted with, or it worked differently in the game that they're from. And that's the hard part.
Yeah, definitely. It's true. There is a lot of knowledge required, and I think floor hug is the big one, because people see it as like, well, I'm hitting someone, why am I getting punished?
Yeah.
And I completely get that. But I think like, you have to understand like the depth it adds to the game in a way, and that it prevents, like, people complain a lot about, like, I always use this comparison. People complain a lot that there's not enough lag. Everything's too mashy, right? And they're like, why can't we add whiff lag? And the way I describe it is, whiff lag takes options away, because it makes you have to play a game where you can't use certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't use certain moves in certain positions.
Yeah.
All it does is limit things. It doesn't actually add anything. It just limits. Floor hugging, it limits what you can do to necessarily beat it, quote unquote. But it gives you an option to deal with mashing. Like, so if somebody's, you know, a Clarence standing still and back airing you over and over again, you like, I can't get in on this.
Yep.
She needs whiff lag. Well, instead you just run in and crouch, right?
Yeah.
And like, you just tank the hit and you punish her.
Yep, exactly.
So it gives you agency to execute the game plan, whereas whiff lag takes agency away from you.
Exactly.
So that's why I've never been like a fan of the whiff lag argument, because I just feel like it dumbs everything down a little bit. Like, if I'm Clarin and I have, you know, +3 frames of lag on everything that I do when it whiffs, I'm only going to throw out my really, really safe options.
I'm just going to stop, or I'm going to just stop whiffing now. And then now it's like, now how do you want to hit me? Because I'm just going to run around and like dash dance and run away from you.
I'm just going to run around, and dash dance
until I can hit you. Yeah.
So I do think that, like, that whiff lag doesn't really accomplish the goal, and I do think floor hug does. And I'm not saying, like, people always say the argument like, well, why does it have to be floor hug? Why can't there be other options? And that is true. There could be other options.
There's lots of ways to look at it. I love MSB. Just gonna run around is a time-honored Rivals 1 tradition. No, this is real. There is like a point what I want to say like 2018, 2019 in like Rivals 1, where it's just like, yeah, we're just not gonna fight each other for the next like 30 seconds to a minute because nobody wants to get hit, and if I get hit, I die. And there were a lot of game states that would get created by that. I mean, hell, that happens in basically every one of these games at certain thresholds. But floor hug makes it not happen at 30 usually. Is the keyword.
And I'll add, floor hugging is a lot weaker in this game than it is in Melee and PM.
Significantly, yes. Oh,
So,
dude, I got a story for you.
Oh boy. All right, go ahead.
I will tell you the last PM tournament I ever entered. It is a vivid memory. Okay, this was like peak of Smash 4. This was like my personal peak. I was invited to a tournament in Connecticut where they had Smash 4 and PM, and the TO that was there, whose name I so sadly do not remember, but I remember this shit, is invited me and was like, we would love you to enter PM. And I hadn't played in a while, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, it'll be fun. This guy, I had played him in PM like years ago, so it'd be a good time. And it's like round 2. I'm playing Fox against Mario. We're on PS2, right? I hit him with like a nair or like an F tilt or something. I get a tech chase and I up smash him, right? Like up smash him at like 90 or like 100 on hit, right?
Yeah.
And it just forced knockdown. Nothing. And it wasn't like I hit him with the back hit. It was like he was in front of me. Like we heard the fact, like the scoop hit, everything.
Yep.
And I just paused and I look at him and he just shrugs and I just stopped and I was like, I can't do this shit today. I'm done. I'm done. Because I was like, I gotta lock in for the Smash 4 bracket. I was so mad. The guy I beat after that set in Smash 4, I've never beat someone that bad in my life. I was so mad.
You're just too locked in on rage.
Dude, I was like, there's no invincible ceiling. What is that? Why did that just happen? I was just like, DQ me. I'm out. I can't do this. And
yeah, 33% knockback reduction on crouch cancel in that game. 33%. That's a third of your knockback is gone. Rivals 2 is 20%.
Yeah.
And it has more lag.
How much was it? Do you remember when it was like the first Kickstarter beta? It was
For
stronger.
the first Kickstarter beta, it was actually variable.
Right.
So it was a 20% reduction still, but the frames.
Right.
So right now it's a static numbers of frames. If you true CC something, you're in 5 frames of lag, and if you floor hug it, you don't get the 20% reduction, and you're in 8 frames of lag.
Right.
In Melee and PM, that's always 4 frames of lag, which is, you know, significantly fewer.
Yeah.
In the first Kickstarters, it was a percentage of your knockback. So if you had if you were hit and you took 20 frames of knockback, well, let's just say 21 because there was always 1 frame that transition. So you go 21 to 20, you would land on the 20 and it would be cut down to 10. So it cut it down in half every time you landed.
Yeah.
So the issue with that is it's just like, first of all, it was kind of unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, oh, how much do I have? When can I act? When can I not act?
Like
how much knockback did I take?
Use. Yeah.
Right. So it was very like, not conducive. You just didn't I had so much trouble timing my floor hugs and like my execution out of the floor hug, and then it was like you were in so much lag. Like it's still like most moves, like Zetter Shine was like 20 frames of hit stun at 0. Like it's quite a bit. So even if you floor hug that's 10. Like you're not beating Shine up smash then. You're just getting Shine up smashed every single time.
Yeah. No, that patch, I played so much Maple. Oh my god. She was great.
Yeah.
She was great.
She was crazy.
But no, it's fascinating to see how it has changed and how like I think that they're definitely on the side of like trying to make the agency like consistent, and like that's what makes me feel really good about where the game is right now. Is like while people can press a lot of buttons, I can press a lot of buttons that punish them for doing that. There are certain buttons that are really really good, kind of like we mentioned earlier with like Rana forward air, where it can be like really not conducive to how we normally deal with a button like that, where like both floor hug and shield like inherently kind of lose to it is like a not good feeling. And I think if they target like moves like that where it's like the things that are supposed to beat the thing that lets you spam this button or whatever you want to call it, like if they're going to be multi-tools, there needs to be a right answer that isn't whiff punish from 3 centimeters away, right? Like, and like behind them, and like very super contextual. I think that's when people get really frustrated. Is when there's issues like that. But I think like I have faith, and I think we both kind of agree on this, is like that they're going in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the game's kind of improved like pretty much every patch, and the characters are feeling more and more balanced. The one thing I will say, like, and I bring this point up a lot, is when you have like strong global defensive mechanics, it lets you give characters strong like offensive mechanics as well.
Yes.
And like people like otherwise you end up just kind of having to nerf everything, because it's like, well, you can't deal with, I don't know, Loxodon's jab and neutral, just bringing us all back. You can't deal with Loxodon's jab and neutral in like a really like healthy way. Well, if you could just like consistently use downhold, and I know it's auto floor hug, but like then he just uses a tilt, and that doesn't apply anymore.
It doesn't do anything.
So, like,
then, exactly.
Yeah, it's like you can't, like, auto floor hug just doesn't really work in my mind on like certain moves as like a mechanic. But yeah, I don't know, if you just like do that, you end up giving characters, like, you end up with the option to give characters stronger tools, because now they have an additional layer of defense to play against.
Yep.
So I don't know. And I understand the thought, like, give more characters more tools to beat floor hug. Like, I get that, like, I don't know. I think it would be interesting if every character is like, if they used a strong, if it could like never be floor hugged or something like that. I don't know.
Ooh. There's been some interesting ones. Like one of the takes that I've been told was like every character having like a designated like tilt that if they floor hug at like a very comfortable threshold, that would create force knockdown. To kind of like add that mix up. Like the character who kind of does this the most right now, which not everyone's gonna like when me and you start talking about this, is Raster. Raster's kind of the character right now where it's like they've nerfed a lot of his moves, but they've given him a lot of ways to create force knockdown, and then he also can like find value off that. And it's one of those things that like a character who I think could be really interesting with this would be like Edalus, where it's like if down till 1 or 2 or whatever, like comfortably could set up into force knockdown, there'd be setups to like create scenarios where they could still floor hug and they could still SDI like the dash attack, but it's like creating sequences that like allow me to get rewarded for like hitting the move still, instead of just the move just doesn't work now. And them exploring stuff like that, I think it's really good. Like the way they did, it's not perfect, but the idea that they've used with like Raster, like F tilt, creating like force knockdown, I think is interesting enough, because it's like when you get hit by like that early hit, I think it's past like 40 or 50%. I forget the exact number. Like the early hit will be like what puts you into the force knockdown. And then you see the move finish and you're like, oh, I'm on the ground. Like now it's a tech chase. Go ahead.
The reason Rasters works like that is, you can't CC it, and it knocks, the third hit knocks down very early. It knocks down every character sub 30%.
Yep.
So because you can't CC it, you go to hold down on it, and it hits too rapidly. So it forces you out of true crouch and then knocks you down. Force's tilts are the same way. Force burns up and forward tilt. You can't CC them. Fleet's up tilt, you can't CC it. So it's like these multi-hits are designed to beat crouch cancel in a way by causing knockdowns earlier.
Yep.
I don't know. I think the best way to nerf it, if you wanted to nerf it, is just like increase the damage on certain moves.
That's such a good take. No, I super agree with that. I think like that's a great example. Like the Raster dilemma that has been plaguing everybody right now is like, the way I've been putting it is, he's the best character in the game when my opponent is at like 60%. That's when I'm God, and it feels awesome. But until then, I feel like I'm just like sitting there throwing peanuts at you, and it's like he's still really good. Like we obviously understand the whole dash dancing and like slowly nickel and diming. Like he's amazing, but it's not very fun for like either player up until that point of like, okay, like, are you gonna fight me in the Rasters? Like, no. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. Why would I do that? Why would I come near you at all? Unless I know I'm hitting you? Like, no, there's no way. And I think like if we almost like speed up the getting past the threshold, I think that would be really interesting. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, and you don't need to do it on like every move. Like jabs used to do a lot more damage.
Yes.
Like a full jab combo used to do like I think it was like 14%.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's a lot in
Yeah.
this game for like a jab combo.
See,
but
for
like
me, I'll be honest with you, that's not even crazy. I'm used to jabs doing 20-25% to me in like Smash 4 and Ultimate. That shit's just normal. I'm like that when I saw that jabs did like 10% in this game, I'm like, this shit's easy. I'll just run up and jab at you. Let's fight. Let's fight. Like, dude, when you get jabbed by Inkling, you take a minimum 25%. Every character in the game.
so crazy.
Yeah. Yep. And you get inked. So now you're in an even worse situation. You are inherently like punished for getting hit by jab. But that's because she's got to get up in your face and get it. There's no like easy way to do it.
Right.
But no, I super agree. I think like adjusting percents to like make certain things like that, like speed up the process, so to speak, or allow them to, you know, how it would affect their knockback and stuff, I think could be really interesting.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I don't know. There are like other thoughts too. Like you could nerf ASDI down distance, right? So it just doesn't last as long. Period.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's a good way to do it. I think the one thing, and this is my last like conceptual question that I have for you, is like, so I've talked to Stango about this, and we've yeah, I know. Sorry to preface it that way. And me and him have been having this ongoing discussion, how it's like they've been kind of addressing floor hug and auto floor hug, but the one thing that still hasn't been like punished or like addressed is the like I'm gonna do thing and just mash and try to like buffer a floor hug.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think that kind of like that's part of the issue with it, right? Is like, and then you got people like Cheesy Potato.
Yes. Oh,
Julie.
fuck, dude. Oh my fucking! You're triggering me on my stream. Oh, the fucking dog. I have you know the Cubtraption, the like split half and half.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been practicing on that in my free time, and it's just D-pad down for my pinky, and it's like I think I'm gonna get hit, and I'm just like sitting there and wiggling my finger, and it's just like, or you just hold it. You can also just hold it, you know, like Cheesy does with the bumper. Like you just hold the bumper, and it's just like.
You could make a like okay, so I have a fob, and I have the fob that's like modifiable where you could add macros to it.
Oh, God bless.
Obviously, I don't do that, but like
that's cool. You can. It's allowed.
Yeah, so what am I gonna like? I could make it so if I'm holding X, it's just tapping down over and over and over again, right? So it's like that's super corny, you know, and it gives people the opportunity to have an unfair advantage. Yeah, like it doesn't matter if somebody can execute everything 100% of the time in this game most of the time, but something like that is just not 100% executable because it's just a two-player agency. No, right?
It's really like I have said this on the record. Like I love Julie. I love her. She's awesome. If I ever play her at Fusion, I am going to be the most miserable Forzarin player she's ever played against, and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna back her and I'm gonna dash back and I'm gonna back her and I'm gonna dash back and she's gonna do something. I'm just gonna run away. Like I'm just not fucking with that. It's not worth it because she's gonna floor hug what I do. Unless I spike her. Like that's it. And so it's like I'm fishing back air down air the whole fucking game and I'm not doing anything else. That's it.
Right.
And it's like that's not fun for either of us. I mean, in some ways I suppose it can be, but my hope personally, and I don't know how they do this, but my hope is that we have regulations on controllers. I think I think not to the degree that Melee does by any means. I think they've gone too far in some ways because at the end of the day, this game is very accessible and it's designed that way to make things doable. But I think that there are certain things, especially like macros, that like they gotta go. And like I think they have to remove D-pad movement from the game. I think that just has to be removed so that we can't map D-pad down. I think that just has to be turned off. And my one last hot take that this is my one that's like I think it's really stupid, but I know some people like it. There is no fucking good reason that walk mod exists on a controller. There is no reason. That shit is
Yeah.
broken. I played with it for one session and I was like, this has to get removed from the game.
Yeah, I just kind of was the one who like discovered the walk mod
Yeah.
stuff back in the day,
Yep.
and I never used it. I feel like pivots are really easy in this game, so I
think
never
they are
needed
easy.
to.
Yeah, I think coming
But-
from PM and Smash 4 where it's like pivots are really, really, really important. This is the easiest it's ever been, I think.
Yeah,
But that shit's
but
broken.
yeah, it does allow you to do some things that feel a little unfair.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they actually kind of like they had a patch not that long ago that allows you to like do tilts out of run stop.
Yes, and I love that
and-
change.
Yeah, that actually kind of makes it like a bit of a moot point now,
Mhm.
especially if you're playing with tilt stick. So you kind of like need it if you're playing with smash stick
Yes.
to be able to do tilts out of run.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because the smash stick players have both.
Yes.
I'm not on camera.
Yeah. No, God. Okay, so then, all right. What is more optimal, smash stick or tilt stick?
I
Now
probably
we're at
tilt
the stupid
stick.
questions.
Yeah, probably tilt stick.
You're a knower. You get it.
Yeah, I don't use it. I use smash stick.
You're
But,
just in years of trauma. You'll overcome it. I did too.
Okay, it's because I have Clarentech.
Yeah, that's valid.
I have
Yeah.
Clarentech that you need smash stick for.
Is
and,
it the like pivot down strong stuff?
So, sort of. It's like, okay, you know how everyone's like, oh, back throw, forward throw, F smash, that's so
Yeah.
toxic.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if she could consistently hit back throw, forward hit, front hit of
Yep.
down smash,
Yep.
which is significantly stronger than
Yeah.
like any smash attack in the game?
Mm-hmm. No, I've watched a Ron Gun shoot stream. I know how it
Yeah,
works.
so you do like a
Yeah.
one frame baby dash into down smash, and you just get the tipper of
Yep, it just works like
the
that.
front hit, and it kills Forsburn at like 82 on rock wall from anywhere.
I'm glad you picked Forsberg. That made me feel really good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's who I practice it against.
I bet. I would too if I was you. Yeah. God bless. Okay. Are you going to any majors this year?
I don't know. I might go to Riptide.
Okay.
I'll go to anything that's like on the East Coast. I'm gonna go to Collision.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll go to anything on the East Coast. I'm probably not gonna travel much. Riptide's just really fun, so I'll probably hit that one.
Hell yeah.
But,
Are you gonna come to Supernova? You think?
I don't think so. I know, like I told, like Cake asked, like if I wanted to be in like the house or whatever, and I told him, probably not. So the plan right now is no, but if I do go, then
Okay, cool.
I'll pull up and hang out.
Hell yeah. Chat, does anyone have any questions? And it could be stupid. I did not pay attention to any of you guys in chat. Sorry, we were having a lovely conversation. I saw you pop in and answer a couple questions. I appreciate that when we were chatting.
Where's the matchup chart for Clarin?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Before you answer that, actually, I have a better question.
Okay.
Did you watch the Cake Stango tier list video?
Oh my god.
There's a moment that is historic. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
So they get to they spend God knows how long arguing about Edalus Fleet, who's the worst, right? Like ridiculous amount of time to no one's surprise, right?
Yeah.
So they get to the third character, and the first time, so the way they would do it is they would go 3, 2, 1, and then just both say a character, right? So you already know that's gonna be bad, right? So the first time they try, they go 3, 2, and then Cake goes Forsburn as like a bit, like very obviously like looks at the camera and says it to like bait and to bait Stango, right? And then Stango goes Maple, and they just go they just start laughing, and Stango's like, wait, did you just fucking say Forsburn? And he gets mad. You go, oh, there's a bit. You like let's do it again. And then because Cake is like Maple, and he's like, wait, like they just argue again, and then they do the countdown, and they go 3, 2, 1, and then they go Maple and fucking Clarin. And Cake is the one who says Clarin, for record.
Cake's so smart.
I knew you would say that. The one
Cake's
L
so
Boyko
smart.
take. I'm so sorry. That's just the one.
I think Clarin is really good.
She's very
I think,
good. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that she I think you can force her to struggle a lot, but I
Mhm.
think she's really, really annoying, and I
I
think that
agree.
makes her feel good.
Yeah.
Because she just kind of like she's another character who could get away with just kind of spamming in like a really unfun way.
Mhm.
And it's a little easier to deal with, I think, than like Loxodont or like some of the other characters who spam, but
Yes.
it's still pretty annoying to deal with. I hate fighting Claren.
Oh,
Like
dude,
the
me
only Claren
too.
I like fighting is Brad because he's not doing that, or like
He's
any of
playing
the other good
honorably,
ones, I
yes.
guess. Like yeah, Sashi, like any of the like good players because they're not really like doing that. But like if
Mhm.
I'm playing like one of the lower level Clarens, like it's just kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Like just fight me,
So
like you could be doing things so much better, but you're just choosing to play in this like lazy, boring way that's actually not good for you long term. And
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so excluding Ron, who is your favorite Claren to like watch right now?
Oh God,
Because there's bias,
I
so
don't
you
know.
can't say Ron.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot, so it's hard to say. I know people talk a lot about Vibe, and like Vibe's doing some really cool stuff.
Yep.
I'd love to check him out. I know he's
I will
good.
recommend you two. And I've had the lovely pleasure of coaching both of them myself, and that being Vibe and Music. I super encourage you to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a funny story with
Oh,
Music.
I can't wait. Hit me, dude. That's my son.
Yeah. I played him at LMBM in friendlies.
Yes.
Super cool dude. Super cool dude. And we're playing Clarendittos. And we're playing, he's like, you want to play some friendlies? I'm like, yeah, cool. So we're playing. And I am fucking annihilating this guy. and so I 3-stock him 3 games in a row. And he goes, well, I am clearly doing something wrong.
I love him.
It was so funny.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love him.
No,
he's
good.
He's great.
Yeah.
God bless.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, he just, I don't know. I just thought he was playing bad because I've played him
yeah.
before and ranked, and
Yeah.
I played him.
Yeah,
like
that
I
was a
played him.
rough
He
tournament
actually
for him. I won't lie.
Yeah, like so. I just think he was playing bad. Like
Yeah, it's so
I don't
funny.
think he's so much worse than me that I should have been 3-stocking him every game. He's just a bad day for him.
I can hear it in his voice. I'm doing something wrong.
Ooh, you know who I actually do really like because they play the game so differently?
Ooh,
Spargo.
Dude, at LMBM, we didn't get to talk there because I was so busy with coaching Cake, but me and him talked a lot. And like, I've coached many people to beat Spargo. To this day, that is a ongoing thing. In Smash
like
4
I
and
feel,
Ultimate. And he is.
yeah, I feel that.
He's a
in Ultimate,
creature.
you coach people to beat him, huh?
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Just this 2 weeks ago, Cosmos 3-0'd him. Like, and it's
Wow.
the second time he's beaten him now. They're like 2-2, I think, in the past like couple years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah,
It
he's
is
just
awesome.
got such a cool style with clear. He's just nonstop aggression, and I
Oh,
think that's like pretty
yeah.
cool.
He is
just the way he
no
does it.
fear neurons at all
Yeah.
in his body. It is a fascinating creature. Yeah, I there is a way that like he expresses himself through every platform fighter that I've seen him play. Because I've been aware of him since he was the little trash talker in Smash 4 on Wi-Fi with shitty Mexican internet. Like, I've known him all this time, and like he has gotten so good and has such a great like I will say like mindset in the way that he problem solves is like very unique, but the way he expresses himself like through the form of aggression, any game that like enables him to use that like physical pressure to like force you to play his game, he'll just run away with it. If he recognizes like, ooh, you're scared of me, like it's over, like you've lost, and it's like actively trying to resist that like your own fear response. It's hard to beat him in any game.
Yeah, he's just a competitor.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was a rough tournament for me. I was like really sick that tournament. And
no.
Yeah, it like came on super hard, and I thought I was gonna be better, but I was just not. So I played pretty rough. I mean, that's why I got like annihilated by Cake. I didn't even like have it in me to try.
Yeah. No, I noticed too, like when you were playing him, I could just tell like you were getting a little frustrated, and I could just knowing that you were sick, that makes sense. That it was just like,
Yeah,
I'm done.
I just
don't
was
want to do
not
this anymore.
I was just not feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
And
perfect
then,
sense.
You know, so it was like, you
Gotcha.
know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't mind losing a cake.
Oh yeah,
I've beaten him enough. He can have one.
do it again, please. He needs it.
I think we're 3-3.
Yeah,
in
you
tournament
gotta one up him in. You can't let that kid win.
Yeah. I'm up in games, I think.
Oh,
Actually, maybe
good.
not anymore. I don't know.
Let me know when you.
I'm probably up
when
in
you
games.
wanna-
I'm
when you
up in
wanna beat
games.
him,
We'll
I'll
just say I'm
prep
up in
you.
games.
I loves when he loses. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, he's great. Casey.
Oh, he's great. Okay.
Right. Should I
Well,
answer
I've
these
asked you
chat
a million questions. Do you
Yeah,
have any
so,
questions for me?
So, all right, I got one.
Okay.
I got two.
Okay.
All right, we'll start with a fun one. We all know it's not Absa. Who do you think is the next character? It's gonna be.
I am hoping it's a completely like unique character, like not even Slade. Like I think it's one we've never seen. Like that's what I'm hoping.
Oh,
it
okay,
is.
like gotcha.
I think that would be a really good twist because we know it's not Lorena. We know it's not gonna be Absa, and especially after fucking Penguin gave them a fucking dissertation about how to make Absa, there's just no way it's Absa. There's no way.
Yeah, I feel like I think she's gonna come, not next, but after. That's my hot take.
I think they'll end the year.
After.
I think that's a good way to do it. Especially if it's like before next year's Genesis. I think that's like the best way to do it.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. I hope it's a completely unique character, like not even like a Dungeons character, anything. I genuinely hope it's just new. I think this game is desperately in need of like characters that we just are not familiar with in any capacity. And I think that's the most fun part when playing a platform fighter. As someone who has played pretty much every single one that has come out for God knows 20 years now, like that is the most fun part, is like figuring out when they have like weird moves and trying to explore it. Where like even like playing Olympia, and it's like she has some cool stuff, but like 80% of it was like we already understood it because that's kind of how she worked in the last game, you know?
Yeah.
Or like when the moves are like, the way I've always described this is like when it's like a melee-ified character where it's like, oh, that's just this character's move, and like that's just like this character's move. Like a great example of like when they did this really well was like when Claren came out in Rivals 1. She is just such an unconventional sword character. Like it's really fun because her moves, it's not just like the Marth forward air, the this, the that. Like it's very different, but with like inspiration. And I hope they do something like that. Like the best example of this, where even though this character launched really broken, was in Icons, when I believe his name is Wei Shan.
Wei Shan?
Yeah. So I actually...
Wei Shan is the most fun platform fighter character I've ever played in my life.
I had the lovely pleasure of getting to play test him and give a ton of feedback when that character was done. And before the game fucking imploded, I was actually going to be the one to make the Wei Shan guide. I had like some of the best online results for that character for a significant amount of time.
Really?
Yes,
I played that game. I was like number one in that game.
Dude, I was a sleeper in that game. There you could still find footage of me playing that game like way back.
Did you use your regular tag or?
I think you might find like Zeke here is like sometimes what it would be, or like the hard part is like sometimes there's just Zeke, and so it's like unsearchable.
Yeah.
But like I played everybody. Like I even mentioned like I found like a chat with like Hyperflame. I was like, dude, I remember playing you in Icons. He's like, that's fucking crazy. But most notably, like around that time is when I started coaching more, and I coached Tandoori in that game.
I remember Tandoori.
Yes,
yep, Raymer player.
That's my goat. Yeah. That's the hero. The hero with the gun, man.
Yeah. I remember Mr. Mime was like the Wei Shan guy.
Dude. Dude, he was so good. He was the only one that beat me in the Ditto. It was so fun. Anyone else, I vividly remember I could play anyone else on like the ranked matchmaking, but holy, like he would dominate me. He had the genes that I did not. But I think that is one of the coolest, like really unique ways. He was incredibly broken, but it was so different and like not like any other move we've ever seen before besides like his up air. Like that was it. Everything else was like a completely like new kind of like flavor to something else.
Yeah. I loved his nair. His nair was such like it was like an X shape was the hitbox.
Yes.
And
yes.
it was just a really cool move.
Yes. And I
And,
want them to do
I love
weird
that.
shit like that. Honestly.
Yeah, I loved that. I loved his nair. I loved the way his forward air worked, where it was like a reverse Marth forward air,
dude,
like it came from the
yes.
bottom. Yeah, I loved
Oh.
Wei Shan. He was so
Mhm.
much fun.
Yep.
All of his specials were cool. The hit grab with
Dude,
side
it's
B
so
was really
cool.
cool. The down B was
Scoop
cool.
them up and shovel them over. Let's go.
Did not think I'd be talking about Icon down here.
Dude, I loved that game so much.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
Yeah, I went by Golduck in that game. I don't know
Oh,
if that name
shit.
sounds
so
familiar
you
to
always do Pokemon names, hey?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it's Gligar.
Okay.
Gligar is definitely
Good
my
taste.
favorite.
I'm a Scizor
Yeah.
head. I love it, but I can appreciate Gligar. That's up there for sure.
Yeah, I love Gligar. He's just so cool. He's just
He
a
is so
little
cool.
goober.
Dude,
you know?
he is a goober. You're right. But he's huge. That's like the funny part. That like him and like Gligar are like actually massive.
Yeah, he's dope. I love Gligar. I'm gonna ping you with my Clarin matchup spread.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me pull this up. We forgot to do this, and then you can ask me your next question.
Yeah, I'll
Okay, let's
send this
pull this
over.
up
We can
one
do
for the
this one
chat.
real
We'll,
quick.
like- Okay. A demon.
I do think, for what it's worth, I do think that there's a good chance that she will beat Olympia if Olympia gets like some nerfs.
I agree with you. I think it is even
to
or
recovery.
even potentially winning for her right now. I think it's really, really frustrating to fight her as Clarin if you're not, or rather, if they're not actively throwing themselves at you.
Yeah, and yeah, she. I played unranked a few times, and he was like super close to beating me. I was
Yep.
down, and then I killed him with up throw forward smash at
Yep.
80.
Yep.
Like that's just a combo on her. You just
Yeah,
up throw up
so
smash,
funny.
and she just dies.
The
So,
Endless even, man, you gotta help me get it. That's my one. Like, you know how everyone has their one, like your one is like Lox for you, just like this shit's fucked, right?
Yeah,
For me, as Edalus, I think Clarin is unbeatable.
I get it. So I had another Edalus Smurf. Fun
Yes.
fact.
Oh,
I was
yes.
I was Winnie the Pooh.
That is you. Fuck, dude. I knew it was fucking you. I was worried. Literally the past like 2 weeks, I've been like, who is this? And
Yeah,
you
I
were
was
on my
Winnie the
list of like,
Pooh.
it has to be one of you. Okay, that makes so much sense. I think Edalus is really, really good, but that matchup specifically, when I play Musique, man, I just die at 40. It just doesn't matter what I do. If I get hit, I get grabbed at 40, I legitimately die, and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, we could practice it someday.
I would
He's
like
just
to.
gotta like his openings on her are just really, really explosive.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be too hard to find because she has a deceptive amount of lag on things.
I agree
So
with
as long
that.
as you position yourself well, like
Yeah.
you could kind of burst in on her and get
Mhm.
something really big started.
Yeah,
And she like can't like reversal him super well.
I agree with that as
Um,
well. Yeah.
Yeah,
think
and a
especially with
big
the
thing
back air
that like
buff,
not
that
enough
helped a
people
lot.
do. Jump off stage when she has to up B and just forward air, and just
Oh,
armor
yes.
through it, and then punch her.
the best. It's the
Yeah,
best.
that's
I mean, you can
pretty
just beat it with
beast.
down air too. That's the funny part.
You could. His down air is huge.
It's
That is a
massive.
really good move. Yeah.
Okay, no,
Um,
but good take that you beat Maple. Hard agree with that. That's such a good take.
Yeah, I think that if Maple plays like a humongous degenerate, she doesn't really lose any matchups.
Yeah,
But it's obviously like hard to play like that consistently,
agree.
especially in tournament. But yeah, I think there's like a good argument that Clarin is Maple's worst matchup because you like can't use Lily.
yeah.
Like
No, I
once
super
Lily's
agree.
down, you just run and counter it.
Mhm.
And you can counter like you can use your tools to force Maple back
Yeah.
where the counter is going to hit Maple on top of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Where it's like they try to jump
Yeah.
and you scoop and catch them trying to run away. Like there's so many little ways where like you inherently get punished for putting it down. Yeah. I
Yeah.
really agree with that. Yeah.
Yes, and like you could actually see there's like I played Sego when he was playing Maple and Riptide because Olympia wasn't out yet, and I counter his Lillian combo it into Tipper F smash and kill
That's
him.
awesome. I love that.
Yeah, so it's like you really like you don't have the ability to use Lily in that matchup really at all, and even up B just to punish Maple's recovery when she goes for like if she goes for an up B and you use your down B to counter it and sends her away, like she could like kind of come back again after that, but it gives you like a lot of like good positioning and puts her in a bad spot without much risk. I don't know, like there's just a lot of ways. And then everyone's like, oh, Maple's F tilt, like how do you deal with this? And it's like, well, you deal with it by playing Claren and pressing down tilt. And like you just have a better version of the same
Yeah, it's
move.
just better. Yeah,
so I don't know, I feel like I don't know, I just think Claren beats Maple. I haven't played a Maple that made me feel otherwise yet.
Have you played with Plup?
I played some good ones. I played Plup before he won Genesis, and I like beat the brakes off him pretty hard.
Yeah.
But that was a while ago, you know. So like I don't know, anything could change.
Absolutely. Chad is asking for an explanation on why you think you beat Rano, and I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how does Rano get in?
Oh, you're so base. That's the best answer. I love that answer.
And, like, what does he do? He has very slow airspeed, and she has very fast airspeed. So, like, and she's like just as fast as him on the ground, a very slightly slower, like it's negligible. I don't know how. Like, Rano wants to stay grounded constantly, and she just kind of negates that because she's the best grounded character in the game, in my opinion. Best dash dance and really good pokes and tilts. I don't know how Rano like realistically gets in.
I would love to see like a first to 5 or 10 with you playing against like Toothbrush, who has like ton of experience in that matchup.
I 3-0'd Toothbrush at LMBM.
He's massively improved since then, like very, very, very dramatically. So I would love to see that sometime. I think he is someone of like the Ranos. I think he's really good at that matchup. Like I don't know the last time he lost to Nard, or it's like he has like a crazy high record over like Nard and has like done well versus like Musique as well.
He lost to a Claren the other day.
Was it Archangel? Did he lose to it the monthly? It might have been that might have been the last time he lost to Nard was like at the monthly. I don't remember.
Yeah,
find it. Oh god, trying to find a start GG bracket. It's over.
And also, she combos and edge guards Rano really well.
Oh, I
like
so agree.
Rano's whole shtick is that like he's a little hard to combo.
No, he won. Here it is. Yeah. I found the bracket.
All right, what's the one I'm looking for?
Because this was the one that just happened. Was the Uncaged, the like monthly thing or whatever it was. Because he beat Nard 3 times? Twice.
Is he goes by Max now, right?
Yes,
yeah.
He goes by
okay,
Max,
so there was the monthly of Aether on April 20th that Zeus won over BioBurb, and he lost to Piggy G.
Oh, that was online, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was online.
Thank you, Tricky, for the sub. Yeah, that's always a weird one. Online is weird. I don't know your feelings about online.
I think online is not that bad. I know some people love to complain about online, like a certain daddy Zetter.
Yeah, you can just say it. Yeah. No,
okay, so a little fun story about Stango and online. So obviously we played the game on Parsec back in the day, like everybody else.
Yeah.
And Stango would constantly complain, as he does, that it's unplayable. Everything's going to be so different offline. And then we played at Creed, and I 3-0'd him. And I was so glad because I was just like, okay, can you shut up about online now? Like, I beat you offline. So, like, what difference does it make? And then I played him at LMBM, and I beat him again.
Yeah, you did beat him again. Yeah, God bless. You're the hero.
I love Stango, like that's my dog, but he definitely complains too much, and it affects his own performance.
That, as someone who's had the pleasure of coaching him, many of us agree with that.
Yeah, he has huge mental problems. Yeah, I mean, you know,
Maybe we don't roll like that.
It came out wrong. It came out wrong. Mentality problems.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Much better. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, if you're playing cross country online, you're gonna get some
Yeah,
rollbacks and things like that.
Yeah.
But like, the odds that the worst player is winning because of online doesn't feel likely to me.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, I don't know. The way I always think about it is, if I have an input lag, they probably had an input lag at some point.
Yeah.
too,
Yeah,
right?
I agree
So,
with
like,
that 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. And like,
And,
sure,
like,
you could argue, like, you know,
I
different
don't
things, but
think there's
doesn't
anything in this
matter.
game that like you can't do with a 2-frame delay. I think everything is pretty doable.
Yeah, I mean, I do miss like a lot of shields. Like, I will have thought that I shielded something,
That's
and
the
I just
one
barely
like
miss
fringe
it.
thing, yeah, where you're like trying to
Yeah.
time perfect shield, but like that's one of those funny things.
Yeah, but like, like, if I'm losing the game because I missed my shield like once or twice,
Yeah, there's a bigger
you know,
problem.
there are other things that I could be doing to win. Also,
Exactly.
it's online, so I'm not putting a lot of stake in it.
Exactly,
You know,
yeah.
I don't care what happens. Oh, I had
You're
a
so
really
real.
bad day a few weeks back where I queued into Beastly like 6 times in a row, and
You
I
told
just
me about
lost
that.
like. Yeah, I just lost like every single time.
Yeah.
And I just kept queuing because like, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, who cares? I'm just trying to play the game. You know, I'm just trying to play some games and have some fun and inflate my random number online. Like,
Number go up is awesome. It's so
yeah,
awesome.
like, you know, and if I'm playing against a good player and I'm having a good time, I don't care if I lose.
Yeah.
It's online. Who cares?
But the
Beastly
funny
knows
number
that I will
defines
beat
your
his ass in
worth.
tournament anything.
But Boycode, the funny number defines your worth. If
That's
it's
true.
lower than Zeus's, your say is less.
Oh God, no! Zeus could have it. Zeus is the goat.
I was just gonna ask you, like, what do you think of Zeus?
I think Zeus gets away with a lot. I think Zeus is very good.
Yes.
I think
no, you're
Zeus
right.
is like Zeus's clutch factor and like
Oh.
his ability to hit confirms and like avoid dying in like tough situations is really, really good. But he does like have a lot of like weak defensive choices
Mhm.
and like bad spot dodge habits. Like, I feel the same
Yeah.
about Marlin. Like, Marlin's
Yeah.
like ability to like put you in the blender and like destroy you is really, really good. But
Yeah.
when he's on the back foot, his
Mhm.
defensive choices are really like not the same level as his offensive choices. And maybe it's
I
just because he
agree.
doesn't have to play that position as much, so he doesn't have it
Exactly,
as
that's what it
defined.
is.
Yeah, but then you really saw that against Plup, who was just kind of calling him out constantly.
Mhm.
And it didn't feel like he had a backup plan.
Yep.
But Zeus, I feel like, is kind of the same way, where like he, I don't know, like Crag Nair from Ledge, like you pretty much always know when he's gonna Nair and when he's gonna Ledge dash, and like I don't know, and then like you know when he's gonna spot dodge,
Yeah.
and I don't know, but he is very good, and like he's
Yeah.
proven it. I mean, he's getting a Therian right now with Loxodon he's
Yeah.
working on.
Yeah, he is.
And I know we
he
got
is a
with
freak
Olympia
doing that
without
right
losing
now.
a set, which is obviously good.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I also think Crag is just like another one of those like Lox-like characters where he's too good for how easy he is.
Yeah, dude, you're
Like, I
spitting
don't know,
right
it's
now.
a little silly that he could hit like a Nair at 180 and combo it into a kill.
I
like,
think
that
I
doesn't
think he
feel
needs
right,
Rock
but-
to combo at all times. I don't know, man. Maybe he needs it. Have you thought about that?
I thought about it.
He
He also
really
has
needed
like
that rock throw, like that buff. You know, he really needed it.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Zeus does online, and I think Zeus
Yes.
has such a good mentality offline, I should say. And I think
Yeah.
Zeus has such a good mentality, and like I don't know, I think he like tweeted. I actually looked at his Twitter like today or something, and he said like looking forward to adapting to changes,
Yes.
and I think that that's like key. And like
Yeah.
I'm always the same way. Like I don't know how much people have talked about this, but I propose more Clarin nerfs in beta than anyone
I've
else.
heard. Yeah. Yeah, I believe
I am
you.
like, this is stupid. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Like,
But
that's
she
not
needs
fun.
down tilt neutral be at 60, dude. How else will I win against the Zetterburn guy? I
Oh.
need it.
That hurt. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I think Zeus will always be a good player because he
Yes.
has a really good mental when it comes to the game,
I agree.
and
Yep.
I think he just needs to refine some defensive habits, and that will make him a much stronger player.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah. All right, your turn. What do you got for me?
Okay, so let me ask this question.
Okay.
So this game has kind of long been dominated by most of the same players, I would say. Like if you know me, Cake,
Yes.
Marlin, ZB, Stango, Kyle, Switch are going to a tournament. Odds are pretty high we're all placing like in top 8.
Yeah.
Right. Who do you think's like really on the come up and going to be like a name to look out for in the future of this game?
Yeah, that's a really, really, really good question. I think the obvious one is Beastly. I mean, that is now like a known quantity, and that is one that like I very much knew was the case. I actually have a really long history with him. He is the youngest person I had ever coached. I coached him in Smash 4 for a very long time. He is from he's from DFW, where Cosmos is originally from, and so at a point I was coaching like a large portion of their PR, and so I've been coaching him since he was like 14 or something like that. And me and him have talked extensively in this game. He hasn't done any formal coaching with me, but he is probably the person that has DM'd me and talked to me about the game more than anyone besides like Bio. Like he is probably the next player that is like, we have had very in-depth conversations about the game. That's the easy one. Same with like Bio. Like I just think like they're both just
Bio's
like,
good.
They're just both on that, like they're just got to get the one good win, and then from there they'll have the more confidence. And like Beastly got his right at Battle BC, so it's like I think he'll very much like always be like that 9th to top 8 pretty much at any tournament he goes to from now on.
Yeah, I agree. I think Beastly's there. Somebody else I know they mentioned in the chat, Mystery Saul. Mystery Saul always places in top 8 when he plays as well.
Yep.
So he's another good one.
Another player who I think is like just on the cusp of like getting a really good tournament is Sofilo. Are you familiar with her?
I've heard about her. I haven't seen her play, or I haven't played her. I'd love to play her. I know Zetter's I think Zetter's really good now.
Yeah.
So
Zetter's in a pretty good spot right now. She is probably the best like aggressive Zetterburn, if that makes sense. Like
okay.
I think she is better than Hyperflame right now. I think like if you were to look at like the two sides where it's like there's like the Stango and the Beastly where they're like a lot more passive.
Yeah.
She is as far away from that as you can probably be and like also succeed. She's gotten very good very quick, and she is fascinating. She is 17 and she is a brawl player.
Oh. It's always the kids.
Dude, it's always the kids.
Vibe's like 16 too, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, she is really interesting, and she plays Brawl to this day. She still plays Brawl and enters Brawl.
Oh, that's sick.
yeah, she loves it.
Who did she play in Brawl? Or who
she plays Meta Knight.
Okay,
no
all
one's
right.
surprised.
So she's intelligent. Not
no
wasting her time.
She likes playing games where she can invalidate what people do, you know?
Yeah.
And if I were to think of one more person, you know, like someone mentioned like Vibe, like that's another really good one. I'm just trying to think of like people that I've coached that like haven't had their like opportunity. Let me like literally look at like my calendar and be like, who have I coached where I was like, damn, this person was really fucking good. Bear with me. I'm just slowly working through. Oh, what's his tag? He's European. Naylax. He got second at Valhalla.
Yeah, I did see that. He lost to that Rano player.
Yeah.
She was also good.
Yep. I had the pleasure of getting to prep him for that event. And he until Grands like didn't drop a game. Like
I saw that. Yeah, he dropped like no games.
Cesar. This is
he was
Cesar.
He's very good, and I so desperately want to get him to an American tournament. Like so good. He has a great mindset too now. Like I think he was someone that in his case like was playing a lot of Loxodon and was like, I don't like this. I don't like the way this makes me feel. I don't like how it makes me feel about the game. I really like Olympia. This character is really fun for obvious reasons, and just fully embrace it completely, like cold turkey. It's just like we're gonna run with it. Really great like learning mindset and like willingness to like fail. That I think will only allow him to just get better and better, like faster than everyone else. I think like it goes a really long way. Those are probably my 3 that are like, if they go to major, it would not surprise me if they top 8'd or like top 3'd, like their first try.
Nalax is actually in closed beta also.
Yes.
And he has a lot of very good input, and he's like very, very reasonable and like fair to talk to.
That's awesome.
Doesn't like try to just protect characters and things like that. Like there's always going to be people who are like that. You have to kind of like see through it a little bit, and I think the devs do. But he's not like that at all. He's very,
that's good to hear. I'm glad.
yeah, he's very good.
Those are my big ones. I think besides the obvious being like the Beastly and like the Bio, where it's just like they're gonna have their turn with that stuff. When Bio gets to not play Beastly Cake every tournament, I think he'll do great.
Yeah, that's right. He got 9th because he lost to Beastly and Cake at LMBM, right?
Yep. And then again at I think at Genesis he got 13th, losing to both of them. Also.
Oh jeez.
Yeah,
Bio's good. Gives me a lot of trouble whenever I play him. It's just he has a very passive play style, and that could be hard to deal with, especially for like some characters. Like, players and characters can have a lot of trouble dealing with that.
100%. He's one of my favorite players that I've gotten to coach. I've coached him. Him and Cake I've coached for a very long time, since Rivals 1. So it's been a pleasure getting to see Bio start to like click with this game a lot more and embrace it and have more fun. That's been the big part of it.
He just won the triple dunk.
Yep.
With Rano in grand finals over Sego.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And he beat him really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, I know Sego was not happy. I feel bad. Sego's a nice guy. I felt bad, but
Bio felt bad.
Bio also a pretty nice person. So.
Yeah, it's a rough one when you sit there and you back here and you needle and you back here and needle and then you gotta look him in the eyes after. Not everyone is built to do that, but he is. He's built to do it. So. Power to him, right?
Right. Yeah. I wish he would play Rano against me. I would much rather that than Raster. But
it's so funny that like me and him, like fun little inside thing for you is like we have been getting closer and closer to being like Claren is a really unfun matchup for him. But there are a couple Clarens where he's like, I'll play Raster. I can do it against this guy. I can burn him out, and you are one of the ones where he's like, I'll wait, I'll find the hit, and I'll jump scare you. I can get it on him, but not some of the others.
He does.
He does.
Yeah.
The oops, I killed you.
Yeah, he definitely gets me with the oops, I killed you a lot.
Yeah. Oh, I have one more player actually that I think if they finally attend a tournament, with enough experience, I think will do really, really well. Is Torna, another Raster player.
Oh, Torna's good also. Torna finds a lot of the confirms that I just never really thought were
pure
possible.
evil in his heart, like to play that character. Dude, he's so funny though. Dude, he is fascinating because he played Ultimate, but he has been in real time experiencing what it's like to play a top tier for the first time because he played Sephiroth, which is very much not a good character in the grand scheme of things. And so when playing Raster, he's like, this is so awesome. I just like do shit and I just like win. Like it's so awesome. And he comes up with like stupid names, man. Like the Scraw Tua is when he like down airs you from when he's on the ledge and then up you. Yeah. And he's real good at doing it. It's mind control. He's like, ooh, come on, you wanna fight me? And he just scoop, goodbye, like dunk into the blast zone. Just yeah, crazy. But he's really good, and I think he's young-ish. He's like 21, 22.
Children.
Yeah, dude, right. How old are you?
I will be 34 in September.
God bless. Yeah, I turned 29 in this July, so I feel you, man. I've been doing this too long.
I know, that's what I was saying, like Like I don't know, like I'm sitting here talking about Bio beating me, Zeus beating me, like everyone beating me, you know, like I don't care, man.
Yeah,
Like,
dude,
you
no
know,
way.
like it doesn't make a difference to me.
No.
I work a 9 to 5. You know,
Real.
this
Yeah.
game is not my life. I'm
Yeah.
not going to get salty and mad over it. Nobody should. Like I
Exactly.
think that like that type of energy will always hold you back. I understand being
Mhm.
disappointed or wishing things went a different
Frustration
way.
is human, right? It's like,
frustrated.
but what do you do
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it? What do you do about it?
Right.
The-
But yeah, what you just got to go next. Like Switch is a really good example of that
Mhm.
too. Like Switch has such good mental. Like he will always be
Yeah.
like happy for someone who like beat him. And
Yes.
he's like me. The only people he doesn't want to win are the complainers.
The complainers, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
like I'm mad at B-Bats right now. That's why I love B-Bats, but
I
he's
love
got to
Billy.
stop.
Dude, I got a Billy story for you that you'll love. You'll love this. So,
You know
the
he's
tri-state.
so good.
Dude, he's so good. Dude, you know the tri-state PR just came out, right? And there was that last fusion that he had to go to. Do you know about this?
No, I don't.
So there were a couple people that were like one tournament short from being able to make it on the PR for tri-state. Okay. And
Okay.
it was Mr. Billy Bats. There was like one other player, and then it was Musique. And Billy was like, "Fuck, I gotta go." Like he's like, I gotta make the time. I gotta go, right? And I messaged Musique, and I'm like, "As your coach, I'm telling you, you have to go." He's like, "Can I just like DQ with account?" I'm like, "No, you have to go. You have to play, and you have to go fuck up the PR. You have to go fuck it up. I need you to commit. I need you to want it." And I was like, "And you get to go get your run back with Nard," because he had just lost to Nard like a couple weeks prior, and he was like, "Okay, like I'll go." So he goes, right? And he beats Nard. So he's feeling really, really good, right? He's on cloud 9. He's like, "I got my run back. I dicked him in the last game. Like I feel awesome," right? And then he plays Billy in winners, and he beats him pretty handily in a matchup that's not great, obviously. But you know how Billy is about fighting Claren, you know?
Yeah.
And the best part is, I think it's during the first set. It's like game 2. Musique texts me and is like, "Oh, I'm on stream, by the way." And at the same time, unprompted, they both happen to just like grab their phones after the first game. Billy texts me and just screams, "Ah!" It's like freaking out. Like, what do I do? Billy makes it through grands, ends up beating him, and gets the whole wins through grands and all that, and immediately wins, gets paid, walks out of the venue, and calls me and goes, "You have to never tell him how to beat me." Oh my god, that is the hardest tournament I've ever played in my fucking life. And he just like screams for like 5 minutes straight. And I'm like,
Oh my god.
"I love you, bro. This is awesome." And he's like, "Dude, that was fucked up. Why is he so good? Why is Claren? Why he just was freaking out, dude." I love Billy.
Yeah. He is so good, and he just, I don't know, he
has to get over the
I
piss
get
baby
it, like,
era. That's all it is.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, he does.
I love him. He'll overcome it. He'll overcome it. We all do.
I don't even think Fleet Claren's like that bad anymore.
Now
like,
I don't think it
It
is.
was terrible.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it was terrible, and
Yeah.
it's obviously still Claren favored, but
Mhm.
I really don't think it's like that bad of a matchup. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
no,
like a
I
lot
think
that
it's
he can
very
do.
winnable now. I think before it was very not winnable for a lot of reasons, but as she has gained more agency and more things have made it easier to counterplay like a lot of the layer 1 Claren stuff, I think it's a lot more doable. It's still hard though. Like I'm not gonna lie, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you have any other questions or anything else you want to talk about? I think we've burned through quite a bit.
Yeah, I think so. The one, I guess, sort of takeaway message I will have is for everyone is games like this are challenging in a lot of ways, and they're challenging for not just the player base, but they're challenging for the devs too, who are trying to please everyone. So always just try to keep a positive attitude about things, and know that things aren't going to go the way that you want them to every time. And if the game doesn't meet your expectations or your opinions, then it's not the game's job to
Yep.
change to meet them. It's your
Mhm.
job to change your expectations to meet what the game does.
Yep.
So I think that, just to everyone out there, it can be hard, it can be frustrating, but always keep a positive mindset. Give the
Yeah.
devs more
The
credit
benefit of the doubt.
than you do, because they work really hard and they try to make everyone happy, and it's a very difficult job. And
Mhm.
remember, games are about having fun.
Yes.
If you're not having fun, there is this crazy concept called not playing a game that isn't fun. So if it's not fun for you,
Yeah.
don't play it.
Yeah, amen. No, I the way I always put it is like, it's find compromise. This game is not perfect in my eyes in any way, but there's so much that I do love about it that it's worth it. That I'm like, this is
Yeah.
my favorite game, like, of all of the platforms. Like, I have the most fun because every one of these games has something I don't love, something. But this is the one.
Right.
It ticks the most boxes, and that means like balancing the scales. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good
Yeah.
time. I have a good time 8 times versus 2 times. Like, that's all that matters to me.
Right.
I
Yeah.
have one last question for you.
All right.
Who did you play in PM?
Oh, Meta Knight.
Oh, okay. Which Meta Knight? What era? Did you play dive kick, like the stupid down
I
air?
did.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're
So my
based.
PM, I started in PM with Ness was my main.
Okay.
And I don't know if anyone remembers the old Brawl player. I'm sure most people do. Anti.
Yes.
So he was from Long Island,
hmm
and he played Mewtwo in 3.0.
Yes.
Obviously. And I could not beat him with Ness. So I started playing Meta Knight
Yep.
back then, and because I felt like Meta Knight did really well against Mewtwo.
Yes.
And that's how I had much more success against
Mhm.
him. But I was mostly a Ness player all the way up through 3.6. And in 3.5, Meta Knight was terrible. He was one of the worst characters in the game. His down throw didn't work, and he didn't have a
Yes.
down air that did anything.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. So 3.6, they gave him the new down air. They fixed his down throw,
Mhm.
a few other things. So I was at a tournament, and I had just lost to Malachi for like the 20th time in a row. And
Yeah. Just the usual. Yeah, I feel that. Been there.
yeah,
Been
and
there.
I was telling him, I was like, I don't know what to do, because I actually do feel like I'm doing really good things, but Ness is just not good.
Oh, you
and
had
he's
your
like, well,
awakening. Oh.
He was like, what? He's like, why don't you just play like MK? And from there, I just started playing Meta Knight, and
Yeah.
I busted it out in tournament for the first time at Clutch City Clash
God bless.
in, I think, 2016 or something, and I got
Mhm.
third place there. And yeah, ever since then I played Meta Knight.
That's
And,
awesome.
And then I started playing Meta Knight and Zero Suit.
Do you know who I played in PM?
Like it wasn't just Fox.
No, that wasn't my actual main. I will say for 3.02 is the one that I played the most and had a couple wins in Jersey specifically. 3.02.
In Jersey.
Yep.
3.02. I don't know. Who was it?
I played Zero Suit Samus.
I was
played
gonna guess that too.
Yeah, Laser Dash was my, to this day, if there's a character that could do anything even close to that, insta main. Oh my god, broken up air and easy, like neutral, I could cheat. Like, that's awesome. I loved that character. And fun fact, I was really active at that time in like specifically like in Jersey, but on a lot of like the group chats for Zero Suit. And at that time was when a bunch of us were theory crafting how to beat specifically Emu with ZSS, and the first one to do it, who we got to do it, was Bleachigo. If you remember
Bleachigo,
him.
yeah.
He was like the patient zero that like all of us came together and we're like, this is how we do this. This is how we play this
Yeah.
matchup. Me and him used to sit and play so much. I miss that. I
Yeah.
miss that character. She was so awesome.
Yeah, so real quick fun fact, I used to smurf on Anther's Ladder all the time.
Yeah.
And my smurf name when I was picking up Zero Suit was Bleachigo, and I made myself from New Jersey.
You're such a shit. That's so toxic. Did you trash that
Yeah,
too? I hope you did. 'cause
I
he
was like,
would've.
oh, people would just believe that this is just
Yeah.
like bleaching it.
That's awesome. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Oh, dash cancel paralyze, the silent laser. I've never felt more powerful.
Yeah, there was a Long Island player who played Zero Suit and yeah, abused that a lot, and it
That's
was
awesome.
quite good.
That's so awesome. Oh, God bless. All right. I think that's everything I got. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you, man. We should definitely play sometime. That would be very fun.
Yeah, for sure.
We
Yeah,
can,
super fun. It was a good time.
We can play on Newark with 10 ping. It'll be sick.
Love that.
Dude, I've hit 4 ping once. It was awesome.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I have Switch's stream up right now. He's at 5 right now.
That's so peak, dude. That's so peak.
Yeah, if
All
anyone's looking for some good Loxodon gameplay, he is playing against Loxlord right now.
Oh,
and it's-
hell yeah. Let's, maybe I'll go toss him a raid. Let me, you know how long he's gonna keep streaming? I'll ask him.
I think he said he's going for 2 hours, so he's probably only going for a little while longer.
All right, maybe
Zeus is also streaming.
Let's do Zeus. Chat, let's go see Zeus get coached by one of my lovely moderators, Echoes. We'll toss you all over there. Thank you all for watching. It was very fun. I will probably be back tomorrow. Everyone type honk to Goose. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna type honk. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, all.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm glad we finally got to hang out.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Oh,
Fun conversation.
oh, good takes.
I censored myself
your
a little
takes.
bit.
Huh?
Yeah. I said I censored myself a little bit.
No, I get it. I respect that.
Craig
I give you
is
push